In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Cultural journalism, the inescapable dance of subjectivity and objectivity. In the realm of journalism, few genres provoke as much intellectual curiosity and ideological controversy as cultural journalism. Nestled between the jagged cliffs of subjectivity and the rigid bastions of objectivity, cultural journalism is a testament to the intricate interplay between the journalist's perception and the perceived cultural landscape. Today, I shall delve into the multifaceted nature of cultural journalism, challenging conventional wisdom and unearthing the complexities beneath the surface. The problematic dichotomy. Before embarking on a comprehensive exploration, it is crucial to dismantle the prevailing assumption that cultural journalism can be neatly divided into subjective and objective realms. This false dichotomy stifles our understanding of the subject and hinders our ability to appreciate the nuances inherent in the craft. At its core, cultural journalism is an inseparable amalgamation of objective observation and subjective interpretation. The best cultural journalists understand that they are both observers and participants, seeking to provide an informed and nuanced perspective on the cultural phenomena they encounter. The fluidity of culture. By its very nature, culture is an ever-changing entity, evolving and adapting to the vicissitudes of time. Attempting to encapsulate and define culture with the rigid confines of objectivity is akin to capturing a hummingbird's flight with a butterfly net. Cultural journalism must recognize this fluidity and be prepared to navigate the tumultuous currents of human creativity, embracing the subjectivity necessary to understand and interpret cultural phenomena. Cultural journalism finds its true power within this delicate balance of objectivity and subjectivity. The fallacy of objectivity. To fully comprehend the limitations of objectivity in cultural journalism, we must turn to history. The annals of journalism are littered with the failures and missteps of those who claim to be objective observers of culture. For example, Walter Duranty, a renowned journalist of his time, shamefully whitewashed the atrocities of Stalinist Russia, denying the Ukrainian famine that claimed millions of lives. This example is a stark reminder that pursuing objectivity can lead to the distortion and erasure of important cultural narratives. Cultural journalism must learn from these mistakes and acknowledge the inherent subjectivity in its craft. The role of the cultural journalist. Cultural journalists are not mere scribes chronicling the cultural landscape. They actively shape the discourse and narrative surrounding cultural phenomena. Through the lens of subjectivity, cultural journalists can infuse their work with meaning, contextualize events, and foster critical thinking. This subjectivity, far from being a detriment, is a powerful tool for engaging readers and igniting a dialogue that transcends the pages of a publication. Armed with erudition and incisiveness, the cultural journalist is responsible for challenging societal norms and provoking intellectual rigor. A paradigm of intellectual consumption. To appreciate the transformative potential of cultural journalism, we must reimagine how we consume intellectual content. Planksip, a philosophy media outlet that strives to redefine the consumption of knowledge, serves as a fitting example. In an era dominated by sound bites and superficial engagement, Planksip offers a platform that demands intellectual rigor and critical thinking. By encouraging readers to engage critically with the ideas presented, Planksip exemplifies the power of cultural journalism to transcend the boundaries of passive consumption and ignite the fires of intellectual curiosity. Conclusion. Cultural journalism, as a genre, defies simplistic categorizations. It resides in intellectual limbo, where subjectivity and objectivity engage in an intricate dance. By challenging conventional wisdom, embracing subjectivity, and drawing upon historical references, cultural journalism enriches our understanding of the world and ignites the fires of critical thinking. links it with its commitment to intellectual rigor and a transformative paradigm of consumption, exemplifies the potential of cultural journalism to shape the discourse and redefine what it means to engage with knowledge. In pursuing cultural understanding, let us abandon the illusory dichotomy of objectivity and subjectivity. Instead, let us embrace the delicate interplay between the two and strive for a deeper appreciation of the cultural tapestry surrounding us. Through the prism of cultural journalism, we can uncover the profound and elusive truths that lie beneath the surface, forever evolving and beckoning us to engage with intellectual rigor and unrelenting curiosity. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential, I promise. Unveiling cultural phenomenon, a critical exploration. In the grand tapestry of human existence, culture weaves its intricate threads, enveloping societies in a web of traditions, beliefs, and practices. Like an elusive spectra, it shapes our perceptions, molds our identities, and leaves an indelible mark on history. But as we unveil cultural phenomena, we must approach this endeavor with a critical eye, unburdened by the shackles of conventional wisdom and driven by an unyielding pursuit of intellectual rigor. As a multifaceted entity, culture defies simplistic categorization and resists reductionist explanations. It manifests in myriad forms, encompassing language, arts, customs, and values, seeping into every crevice of our lives. Yet, for all its ubiquity, culture often remains an enigmatic force, eluding our attempts to grasp its essence. It is within this realm of ambiguity that our exploration must thrive. To challenge conventional wisdom, we must first question the prevailing notion that culture is an immutable, monolithic entity. On the contrary, history is replete with examples of cultures evolving, blending, and clashing, defying stagnant categorizations. The Roman Empire, for instance, absorbed and assimilated diverse cultural elements from conquered lands, fashioning a vibrant amalgamation of traditions. Similarly, the Islamic Golden Age witnessed the translation and preservation of ancient Greek and Roman texts, ushering in a profound intellectual renaissance. These instances highlight the fluidity and malleability of culture, rendering it susceptible to external influences and internal transformations. Moreover, culture is not a hermetically sealed entity immune to the currents of history. On the contrary, it is subject to the ebb and flow of power dynamics, economic forces, and technological advancements. For instance, the cultural landscape of Renaissance Europe was indelibly shaped by the emergence of the printing press, democratizing access to knowledge and catalyzing the spread of new ideas. In our contemporary era, the digital revolution has precipitated a paradigm shift in cultural production and consumption, transcending geographical boundaries and democratizing the dissemination of information. To unravel cultural phenomena, we must recognize the symbiotic relationship between culture and the external forces that shape it. Yet as we scrutinize cultural phenomena, we must not succumb to the allure of cultural relativism, which seeks to sanitize critical inquiry and silence the voice of reason. While acknowledging the intrinsic value of diverse artistic expressions, we must not shy away from challenging practices that perpetuate injustice, oppression, or ignorance. The universal ideals of human rights, equality, and freedom of expression must serve as touchstones against which cultural norms are assessed. We cannot retreat into a moral relativism that abdicates our responsibility to critique harmful cultural practices or ideologies. History offers us lessons and insights to navigate this complex terrain. It reminds us that culture is far from a timeless construct and is shaped by human agency and historical contingencies. The Enlightenment, with its genuine pursuit of reason and emancipation from dogma, challenged the prevailing cultural norms of its time. The French Revolution, echoing the Enlightenment's ideals, dismantled the feudal order that had long stifled individual freedoms. These historical episodes teach us that culture is not a sacred relic immune to critique, but a product of human creation that can be reshaped and reimagined. In our quest to unveil cultural phenomena, we must also guard against the dangers of cultural essentialism. Artistic expressions are not fixed entities that define an entire group of people. Instead, they are a kaleidoscope of individual voices, shaped by personal experiences and unique perspective. Homogenizing cultures and reducing them to cliched stereotypes impoverishes our understanding and perpetuates prejudiced attitudes. Instead, we must engage in a nuanced discussion, recognizing the multiplicity of voices within cultures, celebrating their diversity, and illuminating their complexities. In pursuing intellectual rigor, we must embrace skepticism and challenge the status quo. Cultural phenomena often rest on unquestioned assumptions and entrenched beliefs. We open up avenues for growth and progress by subjecting these assumptions to critical scrutiny. The groundbreaking theories of Albert Einstein, for instance, shattered the Newtonian worldview and revolutionized our understanding of the universe. Similarly, we must scrutinize cultural phenomenon with the same intellectual audacity, unafraid to challenge prevailing paradigms. To consume culture is to engage with the human experience and revel in the richness and diversity of our collective existence. But let us not consume passively, accepting cultural phenomenon without question. Instead, let us devour culture with a voracious appetite for knowledge, driven by a thirst for understanding and a commitment to intellectual rigor. By unveiling cultural phenomena, challenging conventional wisdom, and drawing upon historical references, we can uncover the hidden layers of meaning, interrogate cherished assumptions, and enrich our understanding of the world. In pursuing intellectual enlightenment, we must never be content with surface-level observations or superficial analysis. Instead, let us peel back the layers, delve into the depths, and engage with cultural phenomenon with the full force of our intellectual faculties. In this relentless pursuit of knowledge and understanding, we transcend the confines of ignorance and tread upon the hallowed ground of enlightenment. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Cultural journalism in action. Cultural journalism in action. An erudite exploration amidst the vortex of intellectual endeavors. Cultural journalism is at a crossroads in an era of sound bites and superficiality. The advent of digital media and the relentless pursuit of clicks and likes have shaped the landscape of contemporary discourse, often undermining the purpose of intellectual rigor. However, amidst this maelstrom, we must embrace the spirit of an ideal reporter of truth, wielding our intelligent swords with erudition, incisiveness, and a commitment to challenging conventional wisdom. So let us critically explore cultural journalism and its potential to transform our understanding of the world. The metamorphosis of cultural journalism. Cultural journalism, at its core, seeks to unearth the essence of human civilization, capturing the zeitgeist of our times while providing a critical lens through which to examine the world. However, the state of cultural journalism today is far from its noble origins. It has been diluted by the demands of an attention economy, leaving us with shallow commentary, banal trends, and an absence of intellectual depth. This dire state necessitates a renewed commitment to academic rigor, a trait often championed by great journalists of the past. Are you a master at engaging with diverse cultural phenomena? From literature to politics, religion to pop culture, I challenge you to wield your formidable intellect to challenge the status quo. With wit and historical references, tear down the veneer of conventional wisdom, exposing the fallacies that permeate your understanding. It is this spirit of intellectual pursuit that cultural journalism must embody if it is to rise above mediocrity. The role of criticism. At the heart of cultural journalism lies the art of criticism. While many mistake criticism as a harmful endeavor, genuine cultural criticism serves as a guiding light. revealing the intricacies of the human condition. Cultural journalists understand this distinction well and employ their pens as scalpels, dissecting works of art, literature, and political ideologies with surgical precision. Cultural criticism should not shy away from challenging conventional wisdom. Instead, it must expose our society's flaws, hypocrisies, and injustices. Use a keen sense of acerbic wit or good old grit and determination to dismantle cherished myths and cultural narratives obstructing our pursuit of truth. Moreover, cultivate your ability to expose the contradictions in our beliefs, urging us to question authority and scrutinize the foundations upon which our culture is built. The historical perspective. To fully appreciate the potential of cultural journalism, we must draw upon historical references. As a devoted history student, you must recognize the power of historical analysis in understanding contemporary phenomena. By contextualizing current events within the broader tapestry of human history, cultural journalism gains the ability to transcend the ephemeral and provide enduring insights. Historical perspective allows us to discern patterns, identify recurring themes, and challenge prevailing assumptions. It enables us to understand that our cultural milieu is not a stagnant entity, but an ever-evolving tapestry shaped by the struggles and triumphs of those who came before us. Cultural journalism must delve into this historical reservoir, offering readers a broader understanding of the ideas, movements, and individuals that shape our present moment. The digital revolution and its impact on cultural journalism. The digital revolution has revolutionized cultural journalism, offering unprecedented connectivity and global reach. However, it has also introduced challenges. The emphasis on speed and virality has led to shallow content driven by the demands of the attention economy. Social media has created echo chambers, hindering diverse perspectives and critical dialogue. Cultural journalists must navigate this landscape carefully, balancing captivating content and intellectual rigor. They must leverage technology for research, collaboration, and storytelling while preserving the core principles of cultural journalism. In this digital era, cultural journalists must adapt to the opportunities and challenges presented. The democratization of information and expanding reach come hand in hand with the risk of superficiality and fragmented discourse. Cultural journalists can ensure their work remains impactful and relevant by strategically utilizing technology, fostering critical dialogue, and maintaining intellectual rigor. The transformative potential of digital media can be harnessed to revitalize cultural journalism, engaging audiences and promoting a deeper understanding of diverse cultural phenomenon amidst the whirlwind of intellectual endeavors. Intellectual integrity and the pursuit of truth. One of the hallmarks of a superb journalist is her unwavering commitment to intellectual integrity. They do not shy away from controversy, nor do they succumb to the pressures of political correctness. In an age marred by ideological echo chambers, cultural journalism must foster an environment that prizes intellectual honesty above all else. This pursuit of truth demands a willingness to challenge cherished beliefs, even if it means facing backlash. Cultural journalism should not cater to popular sentiment or pander to the prevailing political winds. Instead, it must provide a space for dissenting voices, uncomfortable truths, and thoughtful critique. Only then can it be a powerful force in shaping public discourse and challenging the prevailing cultural norms. Conclusion. As we navigate the intricate landscape of cultural journalism, we must strive to embody the spirit of an ideal cultural reporter. Cultural journalism can transcend the confines of superficiality and reclaim its noble purpose with erudition, incisiveness, and an unapologetic pursuit of intellectual rigor. By engaging critically, challenging conventional wisdom, and drawing upon historical references, we can forge a path toward cultural journalism that stimulates the mind, nourishes the intellect, and challenges the status quo. Let us embrace on this transformative potential and rekindle the flame of intellectual pursuit in cultural journalism. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Exploring cultural identity. Cultural identity a complex tapestry of heritage, influence, and self-reflection. In human existence, cultural identity has long served as a foundation for collective understanding and individual self-perception. It encompasses a mosaic of traditions, values, customs, and shared experiences that shape how we perceive ourselves and others. First, however, we must subject this notion to critical scrutiny, challenging conventional wisdom and exploring the multifaceted nature of cultural identity. In doing so, we unravel the intricacies of its construction, dissect its impact on society, and scrutinize its potential limitations. By venturing into this intellectual terrain, we aspire to enrich our understanding of cultural identity and redefine the parameters within which it operates. The myth of homogeneity. At the core of cultural identity lies the assumption of homogeneity with a given group, as if each individual within it were a mere embodiment of collective values and norms. Unfortunately, this notion oversimplifies the diversity within cultures, overlooking the inherent complexity of human experiences. To illustrate this, we need only glance back at history, where we find civilizations enriched by a tapestry of internal debates, intellectual conflicts, and social transformations. Take, for instance, the ancient Greeks. From the rigorous philosophical debates between Plato and Aristotle to the political factions of Athens, Greek culture thrived on internal diversity. As a result, their cultural identity was shaped not only by shared values, but also a constant flux of ideas and influences. Similarly, in the Islamic Golden Age, Islamic civilization was a mosaic of diverse cultures where scholars from different backgrounds contributed to the development of science, art, and philosophy. The fallacy of static identity. Cultural identity is not an immovable monolith frozen in time. It evolves, adapts, and embraces influences from various sources. It is a fluid entity that absorbs external elements, leading to a continuous redefinition of what it means to belong to a particular culture. An overemphasis on rigid boundaries risks negating the organic nature of cultural identity. History is replete with instances of cultural cross-pollination. The Silk Road, for example, facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultural practices across vast distances, resulting in a vibrant fusion of various civilizations. Likewise, the European Renaissance marked a profound transformation, as classical ideas from ancient Greece and Rome mingled with new artistic and intellectual movements. The dangers of essentialism. An inherent danger lies in reducing cultural identity to essentialist categories, categorizing individuals into neat boxes based on ethnicity, nationality, or religion. This reductionist tendency oversimplifies complex human experience and perpetuates stereotypes. Moreover, it hampers our ability to truly appreciate the rich tapestry of individual narratives that comprise any culture. We must recognize that cultural identity is not a single fixed attribute. It is multifaceted and can manifest in myriad ways. Individuals often find themselves at the intersection of multiple cultural influences, their identities shaped by various factors, including ethnicity, language, religion, and geographical location. By embracing this complexity, we can move beyond simplistic generalizations and better understand the human experience. The path to cultural understanding. To foster a more inclusive and enlightened society, we must strive for a nuanced understanding of cultural identity that transcends essentialist notions and acknowledges the inherent diversity within cultures. This requires engaging in thoughtful dialogue, actively listening to individuals' lived experiences, and recognizing individuals' agency in shaping their own identities. Furthermore, education plays a crucial role in dismantling the barriers that divide us by incorporating comprehensive and unbiased curricula that reflect the diversity of human experiences. We can encourage critical thinking, empathy, and appreciation for cultural diversity. Exposure to different perspectives can challenge preconceived notions and foster a more inclusive and open-minded society. Conclusion. In our pursuit of understanding cultural identity, we must shed the limitations of essentialism and embrace the complexity inherent in human experiences. Cultural identity is not a static construct, but a dynamic, ever-changing, and evolving process influenced by historical, social, and individual factors. By challenging conventional wisdom, we can appreciate the rich tapestry of cultures and foster a more inclusive society that celebrates the diversity of human existence. Through critical engagement, intellectual rigor, and an unwavering pursuit of knowledge, we embark on a journey towards a more enlightened understanding of cultural identity, transcending borders and bringing us closer together as a global community. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. The power of cultural dialogue. The power of cultural dialogue and Erudite examination. In exploring the power of cultural dialogue, we embark upon an intellectual journey that necessitates a critical examination of conventional wisdom. It is a pursuit that demands we challenge prevailing assumptions, draw upon historical references, and engage with a sharp wit to unravel the complexities of this subject. The interplay of cultures throughout history has been a fascinating tapestry of ideas, values, and worldviews. Still, we must not allow ourselves to be swept away by the prevailing narratives without subjecting them to rigorous scrutiny. I will endeavor to shed light on the nuances of cultural dialogue, emphasizing the need for critical analysis and intellectual integrity. Cultural hegemony, the dominance of ideas. To understand the power of cultural dialogue, we must first confront the notion of cultural hegemony. It is often argued that dominant cultures impose their values and norms on others, leading to a homogenation that stifles diversity. While there may be instances where cultural imperialism manifests, we must be cautious not to paint with broad strokes. The dynamics of cultural interaction are far more intricate. Historically, cultural dialogue has been the lifeblood of societal progress. Ancient Greece, for instance, witnessed the amalgamation of ideas from different city-states, fostering intellectual exchange and paving the way for the birth of philosophy, democracy, and scientific inquiry. Similarly, the Islamic Golden Age, a period of rich cultural dialogue, saw advancements in medicine, mathematics, and literature that profoundly influenced Europe during the Renaissance. Conventional wisdom often dismisses cultural dialogue as a mere tool for hegemonic control. Still, it is crucial to recognize that such exchanges have also been conduits for resistance, adaptation, and transformation. Through dialogue, individuals and societies can challenge dominant ideas, reinterpret traditions, and construct new narratives. Cultural dialogue is an intellectual crucible where ideas are tested, refined, and shaped, ultimately leading to societal progress. The battle of ideas, intellectual rigor, and the clash of worldviews. Critics of cultural dialogue argue that it fosters moral relativism, diluting the values and principles that underpin a particular culture. While respecting diversity of values is essential, we must not compromise on intellectual rigor. Philosophical relativism threatens to erode the foundations of critical thinking and reasoned discourse, wherein all ideas are considered equally valid. Engaging in cultural dialogue necessitates a robust defense of one's values and ideas. It requires the courage to challenge, question, and refine our beliefs in light of alternative perspectives. This process demands intellectual rigor, unyielding pursuit of truth, and a willingness to reassess and adapt our worldview when confronted with compelling arguments. Cultural dialogue devolves into a superficial exchange of opinions without this rigor, devoid of its transformative potential. The power of cultural dialogue lies in its ability to bring disparate worldviews into the conversation, encouraging introspection, self-reflection, and growth. By exposing ourselves to alternative perspectives, we cultivate empathy, expand our intellectual horizons, and fortify our arguments through rigorous testing. Cultural dialogue challenges us to rise above the echo chambers of our own beliefs, fostering intellectual humility and broaden our understanding of the world. A historical odyssey, learning from the past. To fully grasp the power of cultural dialogue, we must examine historical precedents and draw wisdom from the lessons of the past. The Renaissance, often heralded as a pinnacle of cultural dialogue, was fueled by the exchange of ideas between Europe, the Islamic world, and the Byzantine Empire. reintroducing ancient Greek and Roman texts into European scholarship sparked a transformative intellectual revolution. During the Enlightenment, Europe witnessed a flowering of intellectual exchange, with philosophers, scientists, and writers engaging in vibrant cultural dialogues that challenged the dogmas of the day. This era of intellectual ferment laid the groundwork for democratic ideals, human rights, and scientific progress. However, history also presents cautionary tales. European powers' colonization of indigenous cultures is a stark reminder of the perils of unchecked cultural dialogue. Cultural imperialism, driven by the quest for power and control, destroyed rich indigenous traditions and the imposition of foreign values. This dark chapter underscores the need for cultural dialogue grounded in mutual respect, reciprocity, and an appreciation for the intrinsic worth of all cultures involved. Conclusion: cultivating a dialogue of depth. The power of cultural dialogue lies not in the mere exchange of ideas, but in the conference's depths. It demands critical analysis, intellectual rigor, and a willingness to challenge the status quo. Cultural dialogue can ignite societal progress, promote empathy, and foster transformative change when approached with academic integrity. To fully harness this power, we must recognize the pitfalls of cultural hegemony, defend intellectual rigor in the face of relativism, and draw lessons from history. We can create more inclusive, enlightened, and harmonious global societies by engaging in a dialogue grounded in mutual respect, open-mindedness, and a commitment to the pursuit of truth. In pursuing cultural dialogue, let us not be complacent in our thinking, but rather engage with incisiveness, erudition, and an unwavering pursuit of intellectual rigor. Only then can we unlock the genuinely transformative potential that lies within the power of cultural dialogue. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Captivating film festivals. Captivating film festivals, the mirage of intellectual stimulation. Film festivals, those ephemeral gatherings of cinema enthusiasts, have long been heralded as bastions of intellectual and artistic exploration. Their allure lies in the promise of engaging with the finest cinematic creations, forging connections with like-minded individuals, and basking in the aura of cultural sophistication. However, it is time to critically examine the stunning facade of film festivals, as they often fail to deliver on their lofty promises of intellectual rigor and genuine artistic discourse. By scrutinizing the historical context, challenging the conventional wisdom, and unmasking the commercial underpinning, we can expose the true nature of film festivals and the limitations they impose on genuine intellectual engagement. The elitist charade. Film festivals, with their red carpets, exclusive premieres, and glamorous parties, often become breeding grounds for elitism, disguised as artistic appreciation. While proclaiming to celebrate the democratization of cinema, these events inadvertently perpetuate a hierarchical system favoring the privileged few. Shrouded in secrecy, the selection process is susceptible to biases, subjectivity, and hidden agendas. As a result, films that cater to the whims of influential curators or conform to prevailing political narratives are elevated, while lesser-known, daring works languish in obscurity. Moreover, this curated elitism reinforces a narrow definition of important cinema, stifling diverse voices and limiting the potential for genuine intellectual exploration. The dumbing down of discourse. Despite their proclaimed dedication to intellectual stimulation, film festivals often prioritize entertainment value over critical engagement. The mainstream appeal becomes the benchmark for success, leading to the proliferation of superficial narratives and formulaic storytelling. The pursuit of commercial viability compromises the artistic integrity of many films, as directors are coerced into conforming to market demands. Intellectual rigor is overshadowed by the quest for box office success, resulting in an industry prioritizing spectacle over substance and sensation over reflection. By succumbing to this trend, film festivals reinforce the notion that accessibility and commercial success are more important than intellectual rigor and artistic authenticity. The commodified experience. Film festivals, despite their purported celebration of art, are not immune to the clutches of consumerism. Corporate sponsorships and marketing campaigns infiltrate every aspect of these events, commodifying the film-going experience. The focus shifts from genuine appreciation and critical analysis to brand promotion and commercial transactions. The proliferation of product placements, sponsored events, and celebrity endorsements further diminishes the intellectual value of these gatherings. By transforming film festivals into a marketplace of consumer goods, the core purpose of these events becomes distorted, reducing them to nothing more than spectacles of commercial exploitation. A historical perspective. To understand the shortcomings of contemporary film festivals, we must examine their historical roots. In early days of film, when the medium was still finding its artistic voice, witnessed the emergence of film societies and collectives. The grassroots movement sought to foster community and intellectual exchange, providing a platform for marginalized voices and alternative cinematic visions. However, as film festivals evolved into high-profile events, they lost touch with their revolutionary origins. The allure of glamour, marketability, and celebrity culture overshadowed the genuine pursuit of intellectual rigor. As a result, film festivals became more concerned with reinforcing established hierarchies than challenging them. The way forward. A reevaluation of their purpose and structure is necessary to reclaim the lost promise of intellectual engagement with film festivals. The selection process should be transparent, objective, and representative of diverse voices and perspectives. Embracing unconventional and challenging works should be encouraged rather than conforming to market demands. Film festivals should strive to foster an environment that promotes critical discourse, inviting audiences to engage with the ideas and themes presented on screen. Film festivals can catalyze genuine intellectual exploration by eschewing the trappings of commercialism and elitism, stimulating thought and provoking meaningful conversation. Conclusion. Once beacons of artistic expression and intellectual stimulation, film festivals have strayed from their original purpose. Their preoccupation with commercial success, elitism, and superficiality has eroded the potential for genuine engagement and critical discourse. Therefore, it is imperative to challenge the conventional wisdom surrounding these events, unmask their commercial underpinnings, and demand a return to their grassroots origins. Film festivals can only reclaim their position as vibrant spaces for artistic exploration and genuine intellectual exchange by embracing a more inclusive and intellectually rigorous approach. Let us not settle on the mirage of intellectual stimulation, but strive for the transformative power of cinema to challenge, inspire, and enlighten. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Masterpieces in museums. Masterpieces in museums. Reconsidering the cult of artistic reverence. A peculiar phenomenon occurs in museums, hallowed halls, an almost religious reverence of artistic masterpieces. The conventional wisdom asserts that these works of art, carefully preserved and displayed, possess an inherent value worthy of our utmost admiration and reverence. However, it is time to challenge this conventional wisdom and critically examine the cult-like status bestowed upon museum masterpieces. By delving into history, embracing intellectual rigor, and questioning the unquestionable, we can redefine our relationship with art and how we consume it. The museum as a temple. Art museums, with their solemn architecture and hushed reverence, mimic the structure and atmosphere of religious institutions. Visitors tread softly, whispering their awe and basking in the reflected glory of renowned masterpieces. This elevation of artworks to the status of sacred relics suggests an inherent belief in their intangible nature, a belief that deserves scrutiny. Historically, art has often tied to religious devotion and power as a tool for political propaganda or religious indoctrination. Iconoclasm and the deliberate destruction of religious icons reveals the fragility and fecklessness of the reverence bestowed upon such objects. Nevertheless, divorced from an explicitly religious context, the masterpieces housed within museums still remain an air of sanctity that begs to be examined critically. The myth of objective aesthetics. The cult of artistic reverence presupposes an objective measure of aesthetic value, assuming that a select few works possess a higher caliber of artistic merit than others. However, this assumption crumbles under scrutiny. As they say, beauty lies in the eye of the beholder, and aesthetics are inherently subjective. Consider the case of Vincent van Gogh, whose masterpieces now adorn museum walls. During his lifetime, his work was widely disregarded and mocked. Only posthumously, after an orchestrated campaign by his brother and a sympathetic art critic, Van Gogh's genius began to be recognized. The zeitgeist shapes the value we assign to artworks, the whims of the market, and the influence of curators and critics. It is a delicate dance between art and power. The elitist nature of museums. By their very nature, museums create a hierarchy that perpetuates exclusivity and elitism. The limited space available for display ensures that not only a fraction of artistic output throughout history can be showcased. While driven by expertise, taste, and historical significance, this curatorial selection ultimately reinforces a limited canon of art that fails to represent human creativity's diverse and multifaceted nature. The power dynamics within the art world, with its gatekeepers and tastemakers, play a significant role in determining what is deemed worthy of preservation and display. This selection process is not infallible. It is susceptible to biases, cultural blind spots, and political considerations. We must recognize the need for a more inclusive and diverse representation of artistic expressions to challenge the cult of artistic reverence. Reimagining the consumption of art. We must consider our approach to consuming art to liberate ourselves from the shackles of the cult of artistic reverence. Instead of treating masterpieces as relics encased in glass, let us encourage interaction and reinterpretation. The act of creation is not static, but ever evolving, and our engagement with art should reflect this dynamism. Technology offers us new avenues for democratizing access to art. Virtual exhibitions, online platforms, and digital reproductions enable broader participation and engagement. By embracing these tools, we can challenge the notion that art should be experienced within the confines of a museum's walls, and instead encourage a more accessible and interactive relationship between the artist, the artwork, and the audience. We can invite viewers to actively question, interpret, and contribute to the artistic process, blurring the boundaries between creator and consumer. In this new paradigm, art becomes a living, breathing dialogue where diverse perspectives and voices can thrive. Furthermore, we must broaden our definition of art beyond the confines of traditional mediums. Artistic expression is not limited to oil and canvas or sculptures in marble. Instead, it encompasses many forms, from street graffiti to performance art, digital installations, and immersive experiences. By embracing the expansiveness of art, we break free from the limitations imposed by the cult of reverence and open ourselves to a rich tapestry of human creativity. Simultaneously, we should challenge the notion that artistic value is solely determined by market forces or the opinion of cultural elite. While economic considerations and expert analysis have their place, we should not allow them to dictate the worth and significance of an artwork. Instead, we should value art's ability to provoke thought, evoke emotions, and challenge the status quo. Let us not forget that art has long catalyzed social and political change. Throughout history, artists have defied conventions, questioned authority, and shattered societal norms. By reclaiming art's subversive and transformative power, we can use it to critique, challenge, and reshape our world. In conclusion, the cult of artistic reverence within museums is not beyond reproach. However, it is time to critically examine the elevated status bestowed upon masterpieces and the power dynamics perpetuating exclusivity within the art world. By embracing subjectivity, inclusivity, and the democratizing potential of technology, we can redefine our relationship with art. Let us forge a new path where art is a vibrant, dynamic conversation that transcends the confines of museums and embraces the diversity of human creativity. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Literary legends, challenging the canon and the cult of authorship. In literature, specific figures have achieved an almost mythical status. Their works are canonized as indispensable treasures of human creativity. Moreover, these literary legends are often revered as untouchable authorities, their every word held in high esteem. However, as lovers of intellectual discourse, we must critically examine this veneration and question the unquestionable. We shall embark on an unapologetic pursuit of academic rigor, challenging conventional wisdom and reevaluating the notion of literary greatness. The canon, an arbitrary selection process. Establishing a literary canon, the collection of works deemed to possess exceptional academic merit, is a process fraught with subjectivity and historical contingencies. What makes a particular work or author worthy of inclusion while others are relegated to obscurity? The answer lies not solely in intrinsic literary qualities, but in a complex web of social, cultural, and political forces. Historically, the canon has been heavily biased towards the works of white male authors from Western Europe and North America. This exclusionary bias reflects the power dynamics and cultural hegemony prevalent in these regions. Moreover, it disregards the vibrant literary traditions of other cultures and perpetuates an Eurocentric worldview. The elevation of specific authors to the status of literary legends often obscures that literary greatness is not solely determined by individual genius, but is deeply intertwined with the socio-cultural milieu of a given period. Although it is undeniably talented, writers like Shakespeare or Dickens were also products of their time and beneficiaries of social conditions that allowed their works to flourish. Their inclusion in the canon should not lead us to overlook the contribution of countless marginalized voices and underrepresented communities whose stories have been marginalized or silenced. Literary legends are celebrated for their works banned, are often treated as icons of intellectual prowess, wisdom, and moral authority. This cult of authorship perpetuates the idea that the artist possesses a unique insight into the human condition, and their pronouncements are to be revered without question. However, this view obscures the complexity and fallibility inherent in the creative process. Like all individuals, authors are subject to the limitations of their perspectives and the biases ingrained in their societies. They are not infallible oracles, but fallible human beings who sometimes succumb to the same prejudices and blind spots as the rest of us. To unthinkingly accept their every word as sacred is to forego our critical faculties and forfeit our responsibility to engage in thoughtful, independent analysis. Moreover, the cult of authorship prioritizes individual genius over artistic creation's collaborative and collective nature. Like any art form, literature is not the sole product of a singular mind. Still, it emerges from a web of influences, interactions, and intellectual currents. To focus solely on the author is to neglect the myriad factors contributing to a work's production and interpretation. The myth of timelessness, a literature as a dynamic, evolving entity. One of the most persistent myths surrounding literary legends is the notion of timelessness, the belief that their works possess an enduring quality that transcends historical context. Yet, while specific themes and insights may resonate across generations, it is crucial to recognize that literature is a product of its time and reflects the social, political, and intellectual climate in which it is conceived. As our understanding of history, society, and human nature evolves, so does our interpretation of literary works. In light of new perspectives and knowledge, what was once considered groundbreaking and profound may be reevaluated and even challenged. The richness of literature lies in its capacity to provoke dialogue and generate diverse interpretations, allowing for an ongoing engagement between past and present. Conclusion: rethinking literary legends. In pursuing intellectual rigor, we must approach the concept of literary legends with a critical eye. The canon should be continually reevaluated, expanded, and diversified to include a broader range of voices and perspectives. The cult of authorship should be dismantled, and authors should be seen as fallible individuals rather than infallible arbitrators of truth. Finally, we must recognize that literature is a dynamic and evolving entity, open to reinterpretation and reshaping as our understanding of the world progresses. By challenging conventional wisdom and engaging in a thoughtful, critical examination of literary legends, we can embrace a more inclusive and intellectually rigorous approach to studying and appreciating literature. Let us celebrate the richness and diversity of human creativity, valuing the well-established icons and lesser-known voices that have been overlooked or silenced. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Iconic fashion moments. Deconstructing fashion's illusory iconography. Fashion has constructed an elaborate illusion of iconic moments in a society driven by ephemeral trends and fleeting aesthetics. From red carpets to runway shows, the fashion industry presents a spectacle of carefully curated images, bestowing upon specific garments or ensembles the exalted status of cultural icons. However, it is essential to exercise a critical lens and examine these alleged iconic fashion moments with intellectual rigor, dismantling their illusory grandeur and revealing the constructed nature of their significance. The nature of iconography. The concept of an icon has deep historical roots, dating back to the awe of religious figures and the aura of divinity surrounding their representations. In fashion, the term iconic is deployed rather loosely, often referring to garments or styles that have garnered significant attention within the industry. But does this popularity automatically qualify them as icons? We must be cautious not to conflate ubiquity with true significance, as the fleeting whims of fashion can render today's icons tomorrow's banality. Changing conventional wisdom. Let us challenge the conventional wisdom that certain fashion moments are inherently iconic, transcending the realm of mere materiality. Take, for instance, the celebrated little black dress. While this garment has undeniably made a lasting impression in fashion history, its iconic status is not an objective truth. Instead, it is the product of strategic marketing perpetuated by influential figures and media narratives. As a result, a little black dress's supposed timelessness rests on a constructed myth, obscuring that it is subject to the same whims of fashion as any other garment. Historical context and critical engagement. We must delve into their historical context to truly understand the nature of fashion's purported icons. Consider the 1960s and the rise of the miniskirt. This daring fashion statement challenged societal norms and became synonymous with women's liberation. Its iconic status, however, was contingent upon the cultural zeitgeist of the time. As the social landscape evolved, so did the significance of the miniskirt. The concept of an icon cannot be divorced from its historical backdrop, as both shape and are shaped by each other. Inevitably, fashion's obsession with the iconic clashes with its inherent transience. What may be perceived as iconic in one era may fade into obscurity in the next. Take, for example, the extravagant crinoline dresses of the Victorian era. Once seen as symbols of high fashion and social status, These cumbersome garments are now relics of a bygone era. The arbiters of taste, fashion elites, and historians alike must acknowledge that the notion of an icon is fickle and subject to the volatile winds of change. The perils of the cult of personality. The fashion industry's infatuation with personality cults further perpetuates the myth of iconic fashion moments. By associating garments with particular individuals, fashion narratives often reduce complex artistic expressions to the mere acts of wearing or endorsing. The iconic status of specific garments becomes entangled with the personalities of celebrities, designers, or models, blurring the line between artistic creation and fame-driven commercialization. Such reductionism does a disservice to the multifaceted nature of fashion as an art form and cultural commentary. A call for intellectual discernment. We must discern critically to escape the pitfalls of fashion's illusionary iconography. Rather than accepting the industry's assertions that iconic moments are at face value, we must adopt a more nuanced perspective. Let us embrace fashion as a dynamic dialogue between creativity, culture, and history, acknowledging that the designation of icons is a fluid and subjective exercise. Conclusion. Fashion's purported iconic moments are an intricate tapestry woven from marketing strategies, societal currents, and the ebb and flow of trends. To engage with these moments critically, we must scrutinize the historical context, challenge conventional wisdom, and resist the allure of superficial celebrity worship. By doing so, we can liberate fashion from illusory iconography's confines and embrace its essence as a powerful vehicle for cultural expression and social commentary. Let us dare to question, deconstruct, and redefine the notion of fashion icons, for in doing so, we enrich our understanding of this vibrant art form and its place within the broader fabric of human culture. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Exploring Indigenous art. Indigenous art. Cultural richness or tokenistic commodification. In the realm of artistic expression, the genre of Indigenous art often enjoys an elevated status, portrayed as a reservoir of cultural richness and authenticity. However, it is essential to approach this subject critically, dissecting the prevailing narratives surrounding the Indigenous art to uncover potential inconsistencies and question the motivations behind its reception. Furthermore, by challenging conventional wisdom and examining historical contexts, we can better understand the complex dynamics of Indigenous art. The myth of pristine authenticity. One common assumption surrounding Indigenous art is that it represents a new, pure expression of ancestral traditions untainted by external influences. This notion of authenticity, however, is a romanticized construct that obscures the realities of historical and cultural interconnections. Like all others, Indigenous cultures have been shaped by exchanges, assimilations, and adaptations. Viewing Indigenous art as an immutable artifact is a disservice to the dynamism and evolution inherent in any artistic tradition. Furthermore, the concept of pristine authenticity can lead to the tokenistic commodification of Indigenous art. The market often seeks to fulfill a demand for the exotic, perpetuating stereotypes and reducing Indigenous cultures to mere curiosities for the consumption of a non-Indigenous audience. This reductive commodification risks overshadowing the depths and complexities of Indigenous artistic practices. The colonial gaze. To truly comprehend the complexities of Indigenous art, one must acknowledge the profound impact of colonialism. European colonial powers, driven by cultural superiority, imposed their aesthetic standards on Indigenous peoples, often dismissing or appropriating their artistic expressions. This cultural subjugation and erasure have long-lasting consequences for the representation and reception of Indigenous art. In the wake of colonialism, Indigenous artists have faced the dual challenge of preserving their cultural heritage while grappling with the demands and expectations of the Western art world. As a result, many have adopted hybrid styles that fuse traditional and contemporary elements, challenging the notion that Indigenous art should be limited to specific Indigenous iconography. By breaking free from prescribed notions of authenticity, these artists assert their agency and argue that Indigenous art can be dynamic and innovative. Power of cultural capital. While the appreciation of Indigenous art can be seen as a positive development, examining the power dynamics in its reception is crucial. The Western art world's recognition of Indigenous art can confer a specific cultural capital upon the artists and their communities. However, this recognition can be both a blessing and a curse. Indigenous artists are often forced to navigate a precarious path, facing pressure to conform to market expectations while preserving cultural integrity. Moreover, the commodification of Indigenous art raises questions of ownership and exploitation. The profits from selling Indigenous artworks are rarely equally distributed amongst Indigenous communities. Exploitative practices persist in many corners of the art world, such as the unauthorized reproduction of Indigenous designs and the exploitation of Indigenous artists' labor. This perpetuates an unequal power dynamic that inhibits genuine cultural exchange and perpetuates the marginalization of Indigenous communities. Conclusion. Exploring Indigenous art requires us to transcend simplistic narratives and challenge the conventional wisdom surrounding its authenticity and reception. By acknowledging the historical complexities of colonialism and the power dynamics at play, we can better understand the challenges Indigenous artists and communities face. It is crucial to critically engage with Indigenous art, moving beyond tokenistic representations and supporting Indigenous artists on their terms. Doing so can foster a more equitable and authentic appreciation of Indigenous art that acknowledges Indigenous cultures' resilience, creativity, and diversity, and their contributions to the broader artistic landscape. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential, I promise. The evolution of music genres. The evolution of music genres and intellectual exploration. In the vast ocean of human creativity, few phenomena capture the essence of our cultural evolution as powerfully as music. The intricate tapestry of melodies, rhythms, and harmonies has transformed throughout history, reflecting the ever-changing human experience. Yet, to genuinely understand the evolution of music genres, one must embark on an intellectual journey that challenges conventional wisdom and delves into the depths of historical narratives. We shall explore the multifaceted nature of music genres, questioning established notions and shedding light on the profound shifts that have shaped our musical landscapes. The origins, harmonic progression, and rhythmic innovation. To comprehend the origins of musical genres, we must first recognize the primordial human impulse to organize sound into meaningful patterns. From ancient civilizations to tribal cultures, humans have sought to capture the ineffable through sonic expression. As a result, early musical compositions evolved from simple harmonic progressions and rhythmic innovations, often intertwined with cultural rituals and communal experiences. However, it is crucial to dispel the notion that these early forms of music were confined to rudimentary folk tunes. Indeed, the intricacies of these compositions, lost in the mists of time, were likely far more sophisticated than commonly believed. The classical epoch and aesthetic renaissance. In the annals of music history, the classical epoch emerged as a pinnacle of artistic achievement, challenging the very fabric of the human condition. Composers such as Mozart, Beethoven, and Bach harnessed the power of musical composition to transcend the limitations of their time, crafting symphonies and sonatas that reverberate with profound emotional depth. In addition, this era witnessed the emergence of genres as the concerto, symphony, and opera, each embracing a distinct sonic architecture reflecting prevailing cultural and philosophical currents. The rebellion of Romanticism. As the world hurtled through the transformative currents of the Industrial Revolution, the musical landscape shifted once more, giving birth to the Romantic era. Composers like Chopin, Liszt, and Wagner shattered the boundaries of conventional music forms, imbuing their compositions with a heightened sense of emotion and individual expression. The symphonic poem, characterized by its narrative structure and the virtuosic piano etude, exemplified the rebellion against the perceived rigidity of classical traditions. The Romantic period heralded a seismic shift in the relationship between music and the human psyche, affirming that genres, like civilizations, are not immutable. The dawn of modernity, a fragmented tapestry. With the advent of the 20th century, the foundations of music genres were irreversibly shattered, giving birth to a kaleidoscope of artistic expressions. The emergence of jazz, influenced by African American traditions and European harmonic structures, challenged the preconceived notions of musical boundaries. The syncopated rhythms and improvisatory nature of jazz galvanized the cultural landscape, mirroring the social transformations of the era. Simultaneously, the Avant-Garde movements, including Impressionism and Expressionism, sought to deconstruct established tonal systems and embrace dissonance to explore the depths of human experience. The cultural melting pot, fusion, and hybridization. In the postmodern era, the notion of music genres became increasingly elusive, reflecting the interconnectedness of our global society. The fusion of diverse musical traditions, propelled by technological advancements and the democratization of music production, reshaped the sonic panorama. Genres such as world music, electronic dance music, and hip-hop emerged as cultural tapestries woven from myriad influences. These genres defy categorization, defying the boundaries of tradition and facilitating a dialogue between cultural transcending geographical limitations. Conclusion. In our exploration of the evolution of music genres, we have traversed a historical and intellectual terrain that challenges our preconceptions and illuminates the fluidity of human creativity. The path from ancient harmonic progression to the global fusion of musical tradition reveals that genres are not stagnant entities, but organic expressions of the human spirit. As we continue to push the boundaries of artistic expression, let us remember that music, at its core, is a mirror reflecting the diversity and complexity of the human experience. In this ceaseless evolution, we find solace, inspiration, and a perpetual invitation to explore the uncharted realms of human creativity. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Artistic rebellion and avant-garde movements. Artistic rebellion and avant-garde movements, the ever-changing landscape of intellectual ferment. In artistic expression, rebellion has been an ever-present force, driving the avant-garde movements that challenge the status quo and redefine the boundaries of creativity. In this arena, radical thinkers and visionaries have dared to push against the prevailing winds of conventionality, forging new paths and leaving indelible marks on the canvas of human cultural evolution. However, as we delve into the intricacies of artistic rebellion and its relationship with avant-garde movements, it becomes essential to scrutinize the assumptions that underpin these concepts and reevaluate their significance in light of history and critical examination. Historical context of rebellion. The artistic rebellion did not emerge out of a vacuum, but found fertile ground in their respective times, cultural, social, and political climates. Throughout history, transformative movements like the Italian Renaissance, Romanticism, and the Cubist movement, to name just a few, emerged as responses to prevailing ideologies, values, and artistic conventions. Moreover, these radical shifts in creative expression often went hand in hand with the broader societal upheavals as artists confronted and challenged the entrenched norms of their eras, challenging conventional wisdom. However, examining the motivations behind artistic rebellion and the consequences of avant-garde movements is crucial. It is too simplistic to view rebellion solely as defiance against existing norms. Creative rebellion is a nuanced and multifaceted phenomenon that demands deeper scrutiny. While it is tempting to romanticize the rebel artist as a fearless crusader against the established order, we must also acknowledge that rebellion can sometimes descend into mere contrarianism, a rebellion for rebellion's sake. The avant-garde movements often exhibit elitism and exclusivity, positioning themselves as the vanguards of artistic progress and leaving behind a trail of self-congratulatory rhetoric. The danger here lies in the possibility of turning rebellion into a hollow pursuit of shock value, where the quest for novelty eclipses genuine artistic exploration and the purpose of deeper meaning. As T.S. Eliot astutely remarked, genuine poetry can communicate before it is understood. The role of intellectual rigor. To truly appreciate the value of rebellion and avant-garde movements, we must foster a culture of intellectual rigor that interrogates these endeavors' motives, methods, and impact. It is not enough to merely disrupt the existing artistic order. Artists must also offer compelling alternatives grounded in a genuine pursuit of truth and beauty. With its commitment to critical examination and self-reflection, intellectual rigor provides the foundation for fruitful rebellion. While avant-garde movements have undoubtedly produced remarkable works, their legacy is not immune to critique. The Futurist movement, for instance, celebrated the industrial age and embraced the cult of speed. Still, its glorification of violence and disdain for tradition were unsettling echoes of society in the throes of upheaval. Nevertheless, the intellectual rigor of a discerning observer helps us navigate the treacherous waters of art that are born out of rebellion without losing sight of ethical and aesthetic considerations. Artistic rebellion and intellectual freedom. Artistic rebellion, when conducted with intellectual rigor, expresses academic freedom, enabling artists to challenge oppressive systems and question entrenched power structures. Through these acts of rebellion, the seeds of progress are sown. Yet it is essential to remember that rebellion, like any force, can be harnessed for good and ill. While the intellectual freedom afforded to artists encourages critical engagement, it also necessitates responsible introspection. The avant-garde movements of the past have, on occasion, succumbed to self-indulgence, resulting in works that are inaccessible and divorced from concerns of a broader society. Intellectual rigor, however, serves as the guiding compass, steering our artistic rebellion away from narcissism and towards pursuing a more profound understanding of the human condition. Conclusion. Artistic rebellion and avant-garde movements have played a crucial role in challenging the prevailing orthodoxies and broadening the horizon of creative expression. Nevertheless, thoughtful analysis of these phenomena demand a more nuanced perspective. By engaging critically, challenging conventional wisdom, and employing intellectual rigor, we can separate the wheat from the chaff and foster a culture of art that is transformative, enlightened, and accessible. Ultimately, rebellion and avant-garde movements should strive not only to defy established norms, but also to engage with the intellectual heritage of humanity. By tapping into the rich tapestry of history and embracing academic rigor, artists can harness the power of rebellion to create works that resonate deeply, challenge our preconceptions, and in doing so, contribute meaningfully to the ongoing evolution of human expression. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Stagecraft and storytelling. Stagecraft and storytelling. Unveiling the theatrical charade. In human communication, few mediums possess the power to captivate and sway audiences, quite like the combination of stagecraft and storytelling. The synthesis of these two disciplines creates a potent concoction capable of evoking profound emotions, challenging established beliefs, and even shaping history. However, we must approach this venerable art form with a critical lens, for amid spectacles lies the potential for manipulation, deceit, and the perpetuation of stagnant narratives. The illusion of reality. Theater, at its core, is an art of illusion. It invites us into a realm of make-believe, where fictional characters and their narratives are brought to life before our very eyes. The power of this illusion lies in its ability to suspend disbelief, blurring the line between reality and fiction. Yet we must remain vigilant and not succumb to the allure of the stage without questioning its purpose and motives. From ancient Greek tragedies to Shakespearean dramas, the stage has served as a battleground for ideological classes and political commentaries. Plays like Euripides' Medea or Shakespeare's Macbeth present us with characters whose actions and dilemmas reflect the socio-political realities of their time. However, we must be cautious not to conflate the characters and their struggles with reality. They are constructions manipulated by playwrights and actors who seek to convey their messages and agendas. Challenging conventional wisdom. Stagecraft and storytelling, though often celebrated for their ability to challenge societal norms, can sometimes become victims of their own success. Presenting a controversial or provocative idea on stage can create an illusion of rebellion while reinforcing the status quo. However, we must not be seduced by the surface-level revolution depicted on stage, for actual change requires more than a mere performance. Consider, for instance, the works of Bertolt Brecht, the German playwright who sought to provoke critical engagement through his epic theater approach. While Brecht's plays were hailed for their innovative techniques, designed to jolt audiences out of passive consumption, they ultimately fell prey to their formulaic patterns. The audiences became accustomed to expecting a Brechtian critique, and the very act of defamiliarization became predictable in itself. The challenge, therefore, lies in constantly pushing the boundaries of theatrical conventions, refusing to settle for complacent rebellion. Historical references and the power of myth. Throughout history, theater has played a central role in creating and perpetuating myths. From the ancient Greek theaters to contemporary Broadway stages, storytelling has often been intertwined with the reinforcement of cultural and national narratives. Whether glorifying war, romanticizing heroes, or preserving societal norms, the theater has frequently served as a vehicle for propagating prevailing ideologies. One need not look further than the works of William Shakespeare to recognize the power of mythmaking. His plays, with their universal themes and timeless characters, have become ingrained in the collective consciousness of humanity. Yet, it is essential to remember that these stories were crafted within specific historical and political contexts. Shakespeare, a master of his craft, was not merely an impartial observer, but a product of his time, consciously or unconsciously influenced by the political dynamics of Elizabethan England. To fully appreciate the profound impact of stagecraft and storytelling, we must unravel the layers of myth and examine the underlying intentions. Conclusion. Stagecraft and storytelling are powerful tools that can shape perceptions, challenge the status quo, and inspire change. First, however, we must engage with them critically, transcending the seductive allure of spectacle and the comfort of familiar narratives. We must question the intentions behind the performances, challenge conventional wisdom, and demand intellectual rigor in our consumption of theatrical art. Let us embrace the transformative potential of theater while remaining vigilant against the manipulation and perpetuation of stale ideologies. By approaching stagecraft and storytelling with a critical mindset, we can reclaim the power of art form and ensure that it remains a beacon of intellectual exploration rather than a vehicle for mere entertainment or indoctrination. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. The intersection of food and culture. the culinary contours, provocations at the nexus of food and culture. In the intricate tapestry of human civilization, few threads are as intertwined and vibrant as food and culture. From ancient times to the present day, the convergence of these two spheres has shaped societies, cemented identities, and fostered harmony and discord. However, in our contemporary age, we must shed light on the deeper nuances of this intersection and re-examine the prevailing narratives that often overlook the complex interplay between gastronomy and culture. I endeavor to engage with this topic critically, employing the tools of historical analysis, cultural critique, and philosophical inquiry to unravel the manifold layers of the relationship between food and culture. Cultural transmission through gastronomy. Food is an intricate vehicle for transmitting cultural traditions, beliefs, and values across generations. Each cultural tradition embodies a unique narrative, reflecting cultural migrations, conquests, and interactions. Yet we must be cautious not to romanticize these culinary narratives as sacrosanct and immutable. The idea of authentic cuisine is a construct that disregards the dynamic nature of cultural exchange. Consider the case of pasta, often associated with Italy. While it is true that pasta has become synonymous with Italian culture, its origins trace back to an ancient China. It was through the Silk routes that the subsequent Arab invasions of Sicily that pasta found its way to the Italian peninsula. This example demonstrates how cultural encounters and borrowings shape culinary identities, challenging the notion of a monolithic and static food culture. Culinary hegemony and cultural imperialism. The complex interplay between food and culture extends beyond the realm of gastronomy itself. Historically, culinary traditions have been exploited as dominance and cultural imperialism tools. The colonial era is a stark reminder of how European powers imposed their culinary preferences onto colonized societies, often denigrating local cuisines as inferior or unsophisticated. The British colonization of India provides a telling illustration of this phenomenon. As the British Empire sought to consolidate its control, it imposed its dietary habits, including the consumption of meat-based dishes, on the Indian populace. This led to the marginalization of vegetarianism, a dietary choice deeply ingrained in Indian culture. Colonial powers attempted to subjugate both bodies and cultural identities by devaluing indigenous culinary practices. Globalization and culinary homogenization. Globalization has accelerated the homogenization of culinary landscapes, blurring cultural boundaries and eroding traditional practices. Fast food chains, multinational corporations, and mass production have commodified food, stripping it of its cultural context and reducing it to a uniform, standardized product. The ubiquity of global food franchises in cities worldwide has led to declining culinary diversity. Homogenized menus cater to mass tastes, sacrificing the richness and peculiarities of regional cuisines. The dominance of global food conglomerates perpetuates a form of cultural imperialism, eradicating unique flavors and replacing them with a bland, homogeneous gastronomic experience. Rediscovering culinary authenticity. In the face of culinary hegemony and cultural homogenization, there is a growing movement to rediscover and celebrate local food cultures. Advocates argue for revitalizing traditional culinary practices, promoting sustainability, and preserving biodiversity. Culinary traditions gain renewed significance by valuing local ingredients, becoming a potent expression of cultural identity. Reviving traditional foodways necessitates critically examining the industrial food system and its harmful effects on human health and the environment. Informed consumer choices, such as supporting small-scale farmers and local producers, can foster a more sustainable and culturally diverse food landscape. Conclusion. The intersection of food and culture is a realm replete with historical, social, and philosophical significance. By challenging conventional wisdom and embracing intellectual rigor, we can navigate the intricate contours of this relationship and unveil its multifaceted nature. We can dismantle the reductive narratives surrounding food and culture through critical engagement, revealing the rich tapestry of culinary traditions, cultural exchanges, and power dynamics that shape our gastronomic experiences. Only by questioning the status quo and embracing the diversity of culinary expression can we forge a future that truly celebrates the authentic, local, and transformative potential of the foods we consume. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Celebrating cultural festivals. Cultural festivals, an examination of tradition and its modern relevance. In this era of self-affirmation and cultural preservation, one cannot help but notice the burgeoning popularity of cultural festivals. These events, often celebrated enthusiastically, commemorate and uphold our diverse heritage. However, as we explore the realm of cultural festivals, it becomes imperative to exercise critical thinking to engage in a rigorous analysis of their significance in the contemporary world. Are these festivals mere spectacles that appease our nostalgia, or do they serve a deeper purpose? We shall embark on a journey of intellectual inquiry, challenging conventional wisdom and exploring the historical context behind cultural festivals. The ubiquity of cultural festivals. Cultural festivals have become a staple in many societies, offering a spectacle of colorful costumes, lively music, and traditional rituals. They purport to represent the richness and uniqueness of various cultural traditions, and proponents argue they are essential for preserving cultural heritage. However, one must question the extent to which these festivals genuinely reflect the value and practices of the past. The danger of commodification. It is crucial to recognize the dangerous path that cultural festivals tread, the path of commodification. As these festivals gain popularity, they often fall victim to commercialization, transforming into sanitized versions of their original intent. The vibrant tapestry of customs and rituals, once profoundly ingrained in the fabric of a community, can be reduced to mere caricatures in the name of entertainment. As a result, cultural festivals risk becoming hollow representations, stripped of their historical significance and rendered meaningless. The fallacy of tradition. Tradition, though often romanticized, must be subjected to rigorous scrutiny. We must question whether cultural festivals are grounded in historical accuracy or have been embellished and distorted over time. Human memory is a fickle thing, and the passage of time can cloud the authenticity of traditions. Therefore, distinguishing between the genuine remnants of the past and the fabricated myths we often embrace is essential. Historical context. To fully understand the implications of cultural festivals, we must delve into their historical context. Many of these festivals have roots in ancient religious practices, serving as a means to mark significant events in the cultural calendar. However, as societies evolve and religious beliefs wane, the original purpose of these festivals may become obscured. Therefore, it is imperative to evaluate whether these events still hold meaning in the present day or if they have transformed into empty rituals that serve no purpose beyond nostalgia. The perils of cultural relativism. While celebrating cultural diversity is undoubtedly a noble pursuit, we must guard against the pitfalls of cultural relativism. Accepting and celebrating all cultural practices can lead to endorsing harmful or oppressive traditions without critical examination. Therefore, cultural festivals should be scrutinized through ethical discernment, challenging courses that may perpetuate discrimination, inequity, or human rights abuses. Redefining cultural festivals. Instead of clinging unquestionably to the past, we should strive to redefine cultural festivals to meet the needs of our contemporary world. These events can serve as platforms for dialogue, fostering cross-cultural understanding and promoting unity in a fragmented society. By incorporating critical discussions, educational initiatives, and community engagement, cultural festivals can evolve into transformative experiences capable of challenging our broadening perspectives. Conclusion. In scrutinizing the phenomenon of cultural festivals, it becomes clear that our celebration of tradition must be balanced with intellectual rigor. We must engage critically, distinguishing between the genuine remnants of the past and the romanticized narratives we weave around them. Moreover, the commodification and dilution of cultural festivals pose a significant threat, eroding their historical significance and reducing them to mere spectacles. To celebrate cultural diversity, we must question and challenge conventions, examining the ethical implications of practices associated with these festivals. By redefining cultural festivals as platforms for dialogue and learning, we can breathe new life into these traditions and foster a deeper appreciation for our shared humanity. Let us embark on a journey of intellectual exploration, reimagining the cultural festivals not as a static remnant of the past, but as a vibrant expression of our collective identity, capable of shaping a more enlightened and inclusive future. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential, I promise. Artistic expressions of social justice. Artistic expressions of social justice, a critical examination. In an era where activism and art frequently intersect, the concept of artistic expressions of social justice has become a popular topic of discussion. Many proponents argue that art is a potent tool for social change, challenging oppressive systems and promoting justice. However, it is imperative to critically examine this assertion, avoiding the pitfalls of uncritical acceptance. Through a blend of historical references, intelligent analysis, and unapologetic pursuit of intellectual rigor, this article aims to challenge conventional wisdom surrounding the role of art in social justice movements. Art as a catalyst for social change. The romanticized narrative. Advocates of artistic expressions of social justice often romanticize the notion that art has the power to incite social change. They point to historical examples such as Picasso's Guernica, which exposed the horrors of war, or the music of Bob Dylan, which served as a soundtrack to the civil rights movement. Undoubtedly, these artworks have had a significant impact on public consciousness. However, we must not overlook the selective nature of such examples and the limitations of art as an agent of tangible change. Historical precedents. The ambiguous legacy of artistic activism. Throughout history, artists have indeed engaged with social and political issues, yet we must recognize the inherent ambiguity of their contributions. It is crucial to consider the multitude of perspectives within any given movement and question whether art can truly represent the diverse range of experiences and aspirations of marginalized communities. While some artists may claim to speak for the oppressed, the danger of oversimplification and misrepresentation is ever present. Moreover, history reveals that the impact of artistic expression on social change is often limited. For instance, the Russian Revolution saw artists actively promoting communist ideals, but their influence failed to create lasting change or address the systemic issues that plague society. Similarly, the abstract expressionist movement in the mid-20th century America, seen by some as a response to social inequality, ultimately failed to produce substantial political change. The limits of symbolism, art versus concrete action. Artistic expressions of social justice tend to rely heavily on symbolism and metaphor. While these creative techniques can be powerful in conveying emotions and generating empathy, they often fall short regarding concrete action. No matter how evocative, artistic representations cannot directly address the root cause of social injustices or dismantle oppressive structures. The danger lies in mistaking the emotional impact of art for genuine progress in addressing systemic issues. Art must be complemented by substantive action and a commitment to structural transformation to effect change truly. Movements that have successfully challenged societal norms and brought about lasting change, such as the civil rights movement, did so not solely through art, but through a combination of grassroots organizing, legal battles, and sustained activism. The commodification of activism. The co-optation of art. The commercialization of art poses another significant challenge to the idea of artistic expressions of social justice. In an age of consumer capitalism, the art world is not immune to market forces. The commodification of social justice narratives in art risks diluting their potency, turning them into mere commodities for mass consumption. The industry often co-opts radical messages, sanitizing them and transforms them into easily digestible, non-threatening forms. Moreover, the tendency to reduce complex social issues into easily digestible art forms for widespread consumption runs the risk of oversimplification. As a result, artistic expressions of social justice may be reduced to cliches devoid of critical analysis necessary for meaningful change. This trend perpetuates the status quo and distracts from the systemic issues, leading to a hollow, superficial engagement with social justice concerns. Conclusion: challenging the romanticized notion of artistic expressions of social justice. While art undeniably can inspire, evoke emotion, and raise awareness, it is crucial to maintain a critical stance when evaluating its role in social justice movements. Romanticizing the transformative power of art risks overlooking its limitations and potential pitfalls. Artistic expressions should be regarded as one tool among many, alongside activism, education, and political engagement to pursue social change. Rather than viewing art as a panacea for social injustices, we should recognize the complexities and ambiguities inherent in its relationship to activism. This requires a nuanced understanding of history, a commitment to substantive action, and constant vigilance against the co-optation and commodification of radical messages. In our pursuit of justice, we must not succumb to the allure of easy answers and oversimplified narratives. We can challenge oppressive systems and work towards a more equitable society through a multi-dimensional approach. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Architecture through the ages. Architecture through the ages, challenging the foundations of design. Architecture, that grand intersection of art and utility, has played a defining role in human civilization. From the awe-inspiring pyramids of ancient Egypt to the soaring cathedrals of the Middle Ages, and from the revolutionary modernist structures of the 20th century to the avant-garde experiments of today, architecture has shaped our environment and reflected our aspirations. First, however, it is essential to critically examine the conventional wisdom around architectural design and challenge the assumptions that have long dictated its course. I will embark on a journey through the ages, unapologetically pursuing intellectual rigor, questioning established notions, and drawing upon historical references to shed light on the multifaceted nature of architecture. The classical ideal, an ersatz for humanity. Conventional wisdom reveres classical architecture as the epitome of perfection and harmony. The Greek and Roman temples, with their Stoic columns and rigid proportions, have been exalted as architectural ideals. Yet, is this ideal genuinely representative of human needs and desires? Are we to believe that our aspirations lie in strict adherence to symmetry and formalism? Let us not forget that the ruling elites commissioned these grand structures as tributes to their power and wealth. Classical architecture imposes a hierarchy that reinforces social division. Most people lived in humble dwellings and lacked the grandeur and luxury of the temples. Should we then celebrate an architectural tradition that perpetuates inequality rather than challenging it? Gothic transcendence, a lesson in ambiguity. While classical architecture may have claimed to embody perfection, the Gothic cathedrals of the Middle Ages took a different approach. Their soaring spires and intricate vaults sought not to impose order, but to evoke a sense of awe and mystery. These cathedrals were metaphysical journeys, guiding the soul upward toward the divine. However, it is crucial to recognize that the transcendental experience of Gothic architecture was not accessible to all. The construction of these cathedrals required vast resources, often obtained through the exploitation of peasantry. As a result, the peasants, burdened with labor and poverty, were left outside the realm of spiritual transcendence. Furthermore, the emphasis on verticality and negating the earthy realm in Gothic architecture divorced humans from their natural environment, This alienation from the earthly plane would later be perpetuated by modernist architects who sought to separate humans from nature entirely. Modern fallacies, form over function. In the early 20th century, they brought about a radical shift in architectural philosophy with the advent of modernism. Architects like Le Corbusier and Walter Gropius championed functionalism. However, in their pursuit of efficiency and rationality, they neglected the crucial role of human experience. Modernist architecture prioritized functionality and stark minimalism, often at the expense of human comfort and aesthetic pleasure. The famous housing projects of the mid-20th century, such as Le Corbusier's Unité de Habitation, reduced living spaces to soulless boxes devoid of individuality and warmth. These sterile environments failed to cater to their inhabitants' diverse needs and desires. Moreover, the dogmatic adherence to the modernist ideology stifled architectural diversity and creativity. The utopian dream of universal solutions to societal problems proved to be an illusory panacea. Instead, architecture became a victim of its rigid principles, leading to the homogenization of our built environment and a loss of cultural identity. Reimagining architecture, embracing pluralism and context. To move beyond the limitations of the past, we must challenge the conventional wisdom that has dictated architectural discourse. We must recognize that no singular ideal, form, or style can encompass the vast diversity of human experiences. Architecture should not be a manifestation of power and control, nor should it alienate us from our natural surroundings. Instead, it should be a celebration of human creativity, embracing the complexities of our existence. We must prioritize the needs and aspirations of the people who inhabit these spaces and consider the context in which buildings are constructed. By embracing pluralism in architectural design, we can create environments that cater to diverse cultural expressions, address social inequities, and promote sustainability. In addition, we can draw inspiration from historical references and employ innovative technologies to forge a new path forward. Conclusion. As we journey through the ages of architecture, it becomes clear that there is no singular path to follow. Instead, we must critically examine the foundations of design and challenge the conventional wisdom that has limited our understanding of architecture's potential. Let us reject the dogmas of the past and embrace a new era of architectural pluralism, one that prioritizes human experience, fosters inclusivity, and engages with our natural environment. By doing so, we can create spaces that inspire, uplift, and truly resonate with humanity's diverse needs and aspiration. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Digital culture and the internet age, an intellectual odyssey. In the vast and ever-expanding realm of digital culture, where the internet reigns supreme, we find ourselves amid an intellectual odyssey. The interplay between technology and society has fundamentally transformed how we communicate, consume information, and construct our identities. As critical thinkers, we must navigate this landscape with a discerning eye, challenging conventional wisdom and exploring the implications of this digital revolution. The digital enlightenment fallacy. One prevailing notion that permeates our discourses is the idea of the digital age as an enlightened era. It is often argued that the democratization of information facilitated by the internet has emancipated us from the shackles of ignorance. While there is merit to the claim that knowledge is more accessible than ever, we must not confuse information availability with true enlightenment. The digital age has ushered in an unprecedented volume of data, but quantity does not guarantee quality. With its vast ocean of information, the internet has become a breeding ground for misinformation, echo chambers, and tribalistic fervor. the democratization of knowledge, rather than leading to a more informed citizenry, has resulted in the proliferation of pseudoscience, conspiracy theories, and ideological polarization. Moreover, the internet's algorithmic architecture has exacerbated this problem, as search engines and social media platforms curate content based on pre-existing preferences, reinforcing our biases and limiting exposure to dissenting viewpoints. This digital echo chamber has become an intellectual echo chamber, where the free exchange of ideas is stifled and academic growth is hindered. Historical perspectives on the digital revolution. We must turn to history to gain a broader perspective on the digital revolution. Technological advancements have shaped societies and cultures throughout the centuries, but they have also brought unintended consequences. The printing press, for example, sparked a revolution in knowledge dissemination, challenging the hegemony of religious authorities and empowering the masses. Unfortunately, however, it has also led to religious strife and the spread of dangerous ideologies. Similarly, the internet has opened new avenues for human connection and creativity. However, it has also brought forth new challenges, such as the erosion of privacy, the commodification of personal data, and the decline of public discourse. Therefore, we must be wary of the notion that the internet, by its existence, is inherently benevolent or progressive. The dystopia of hyperconnectivity. In the digital age, we are immersed in a constant state of hyperconnectivity. The boundaries between public and private, work and leisure have blurred. Our smartphones and social media accounts are perpetually within reach, making it increasingly difficult to disconnect and find solace in solitude. This unrelenting connectivity breeds an insidious form of alienation, where the immediacy of virtual interaction replaces genuine human connection. With its likes, follows, and retweets, the digital realm offers an illusionary sense of validation and social capital. However, it is a poor substitute for the intimacy and authenticity of face-to-face encounters. Moreover, the digital age has ushered in a culture of instant gratification, where the pursuit of knowledge is reduced to bite-sized, easily digestible content. Intellectual rigor and depth of analysis are sacrificed at the altar of clickbait, headlines, and viral memes. This erosion of attention spans and critical thinking skills hampers our ability to engage with complex ideas and grapple with nuanced arguments. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Preserving cultural heritage. In cultural preservation, a seemingly noble endeavor lies a web of assumptions and unquestionable beliefs that demand critical examination. While often well-intentioned, the preservationist impulse risks entrenching the power structures it seeks to undermine. To dissect this topic with the insight and intellectual rigor, we must delve into the intricacies of cultural heritage, interrogate the conventional wisdom surrounding its preservation, and highlight the potential pitfalls hidden beneath its romanticized veneer. At the heart of the preservationist's agenda lies the notion that cultural heritage possesses an inherent and immutable value that must be safeguarded at all costs. This belief is often intertwined with a romanticized idea of tradition and an uncritical reverence for the past. But let us not pause for a moment and reflect upon the irony of such adoration. History is replete with instances where the preservation of cultural heritage has served as a weapon in the hands of the powerful, selectively preserving certain narratives while obliterating others. The conservation of cultural heritage, far from being a neutral act, can become a tool for social control and perpetuating existing power structures. Consider, for instance, imperial powers plunder of ancient artifacts during the colonial exploits. The British Museum stands today as a testament to the spoils of the empire, housing countless treasures stripped from the lands it once subjugated. While proponents of cultural preservation might argue that these artifacts are now accessible to a broader audience and can be appreciated for their historical significance, we must not overlook that their acquisition was rooted in a violent and exploitative history. To revere such acts of plunder implicitly condone the brutality and domination upon which they were built. Furthermore, the preservationalist's impulse often leads to the ossification of culture, stifling its ability to evolve and adapt to changing times. Cultural heritage is not a static entity. It is an ever-evolving tapestry woven by the interplay of countless voices and experiences. To freeze it in time, encasing it within the glass confines of museums, or confining it to quaint, tourist-friendly replicas of the past is to deny its vitality and dynamism. Culture, like language, must be allowed to breathe, adapt, and incorporate new influences to remain relevant and meaningful to successive generations. A further challenge to the preservationalist's agenda lies in the question of whose heritage is being preserved. Far too often, the dominant cultures and their narratives receive preferential treatment, while marginalized voices are silenced or relegated to the periphery. This perpetuates a skewed and homogenized understanding of history, erasing the experiences and contributions of those on the fringes. By challenging the conventional wisdom of preservation, we open up the possibility of amplifying these marginalized voices and engaging with the stories that the dominant narrative has silenced. Critics might argue that cultural heritage would be lost to the ravages of time and the relentless march of progress without the preservationalist impulse. However, such a claim overlooks the inherent resilience of culture and its capacity for regeneration. History has shown us that even in the face of destruction, culture can reassert itself, reinvent, and adapt. The ruins of Pompeii, for instance, stand not as a testament to the preservationist impulse, but as a reminder to the enduring power of cultural memory, capable of transcending physical decay. In pursuing cultural preservation, we must not lose sight of the dangers beneath its surface. We must challenge the assumption that the past holds all the answers, that tradition should be blind and unthinkingly read, and that preserving cultural heritage is a universal human endeavor. Instead, let us embrace a more nuanced and critical approach that recognizes the complexities of culture and the inherent power dynamics at play. To truly honor our cultural heritage, we must continuously reinterpret and reevaluate. We must create spaces for marginalized voices to be heard, challenging the dominant narratives that have long dictated our understanding of the past. Finally, we must acknowledge that culture is a living, breathing entity shaped by the ebb and flow of time and the myriad interactions of diverse individuals and communities. Let us resist the temptation to succumb to the effortless allure of conventional wisdom. Instead, let us approach the preservation of cultural heritage with a keen eye and a critical mind, ready to challenge the sanctity of the past and explore new avenues for artistic expression. Only through such a rigorous and unapologetic pursuit of intellectual inquiry can we hope to evolve our understanding of cultural preservation and create a more inclusive and dynamic future. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Art as activism. Art as activism, unveiling the paradoxical veil of conscience. In human expression, few endeavors hold as much potential for societal transformation as the convergence of art and activism. With its innate ability to challenge, provoke, and inspire, art has long been touted as a powerful tool for social change. However, beneath the romanticized veneer lies a paradoxical landscape that demands critical examination. While art can certainly be a catalyst for activism, the assumption that all art is inherently activist deserves scrutiny. By devolving into historical precedents, Engaging with complex philosophical inquiries and exercising intellectual rigor, we can unravel the intricacies of this phenomenon and discern the true power and limitations of art as activism. The boundaries of artistic expression. Artistic expression has historically transcended politics, morality, and social norms. The legacy of artists like Pablo Picasso, Wassily Kandinsky, and Marcel Duchamp demonstrate how art can express individual creativity without explicit political or social intent. These artists sought to challenge conventional artistic paradigms, break down barriers, and liberate art from the constraints of societal expectations. Their pursuit was personal exploration rather than a conscious effort to ignite social change. The historical role of activist art. To truly comprehend the dynamic relationship between art and activism, we must examine critical historical moments where art functioned as a vehicle for social critique. For instance, the Russian avant-garde movement in the early 20th century witnessed the emergence of artists such as Kazimir Melechev and Vladimir Tatlin, who embraced their artistic endeavors as conduits for revolutionary ideas. Their works were imbued with political messages, aiming to disseminate the oppressive structures of the time. Similarly, during the tumultuous 1960s, artists like Robert Rauschenberg, Andy Warhol, Yoko Ono used their platforms to address pressing social issues, such as civil rights, consumerism, and the Vietnam War. As a result, their works became rallying cries, sparking dialogue and mobilizing the masses to challenge existing power structures. With these historical contexts, the actual potency of art as activism emerges. The paradox of activist art. While the impact of art as activism cannot be denied, a paradoxical nature lies at its core. Activist art by nature demands a particular level of accessibility and directness to communicate its message effectively. However, art's purpose is to evoke many interpretations, inviting individual subjective experiences. This tension between honesty and openness creates a precarious balance that often blurs the line between artistic expression and didactic propaganda. Moreover, the effectiveness of activist art relies heavily on its ability to reach and engage diverse audiences. Yet, as political scientist Jacques Rancière has stoutly observed, art inherently operates within the aesthetic regime, where its power lies in disrupting established hierarchies and challenging dominant narratives. Unfortunately, this inherent subversiveness can alienate those who do not share the same ideological or cultural framework, ultimately limiting the transformative potential of activist art. The dangers of instrumentalizing art. When art becomes an activism instrument, it risks losing its intrinsic value and autonomy. The artistic process can be compromised when creators consciously fashion their work to forward a political agenda. Art should not be reduced to a mere tool for persuasion or a vehicle for transmitting predefined messages. Its true power lies in its ability to evoke introspection, contemplation, and emotional resonance, rather than merely dictating what one should think or feel. Moreover, the expectation that art should be inherently political places an undue burden on artists, stifling creativity and restricting the breadth of their expression. It is essential to recognize that artists can choose their subject matter and modes of expression, and that not all art needs to conform with and to an activist agenda. Artistic freedom must be preserved as a fundamental right, allowing for exploring diverse themes and perspectives that contribute to the richness of our cultural landscape. Expanding the scope of artistic activism. To truly harness the potential of art as activism, we must embrace a more nuanced understanding of its role in society. Rather than demanding that all art adheres to a predefined set of political objectives, we must foster an environment where diverse forms of artistic expression are encouraged and celebrated. By supporting artists who push boundaries, challenge conventions, and offer alternative visions of reality, we create a space where art can fulfill its potential as a transformative force. Furthermore, the responsibility for social change should not rest solely on the shoulders of artists. Activism requires collective engagement and action from individuals across various fields. Artists can contribute by raising awareness, facilitating dialogue, and providing alternative narratives. But true transformation necessitates the collaboration of all members of society. Conclusion. In unraveling the complexities of art as activism, we must navigate the intricate interplay between creativity, intention, and social impact. While activists art can undoubtedly be a catalyst for change, the assumption that all art should be inherently activist risks diminishing the diverse range of artistic expressions and compromising the artist's autonomy. By acknowledging the paradoxical nature of art as activism, we can celebrate its power while preserving the freedom of creative exploration. In doing so, we create a society that embraces both the transformative potential of art and the diversity of perspectives it offers. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. In this series, we'll tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Music legends and their legacies. Music legends and their legacies. An unflinching examination of music legends and their legacies. In music, specific figures rise above the din of their contemporaries and become immortalized as legends. Their music reverberates through time, captivating generations and leaving an indelible mark on the cultural tapestry. However, before we unconditionally elevate these musical titans to the realm of untouchable genius, it is vital to approach their legacies with critical scrutiny. With a keen eye, we shall explore the interplay between the conventional wisdom surrounding musical legends and the less revered aspects of their personas and contributions. Legends and myth-making. Music legends are often shrouded in a mythical aura, a status quo that shields them from rigorous examination. It is crucial to recognize that this myth-making process, which we are complicit in perpetuating, often obscures the nuanced reality of their lives and artistry. The pedestal upon which these figures are placed can stifle legitimate critique and hinder a deeper understanding of their impact. Take, for instance, the revered figure of Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. His prodigious talent and unparalleled compositions have earned him the adoration of centuries. Yet this romanticized image as a child genius often overshadows the man behind the music. Despite his indelible brilliance, Mozart was not immune to the limitations of his time and societal influences. Moreover, his occasionally crass and bawdy compositions challenge the notion of an infallible musical genius. Similarly, Bob Dylan, hailed as the voice of a generation, has woven poetic lyrics into the fabric of popular music. However, while symbolically powerful, Dylan's early association with the folk music movement was not without its contradictions. He appropriated the melodies and lyrics of traditional folk songs without proper credit, raising questions about the authenticity of his identity as a troubadour of the people. The complex legacy of popular icons. Music legends often leave a complex legacy that extends beyond their artistic achievements. Their personal lives, politics, and actions intertwine with their musical oeuvre, and a deeper exploration of these aspects can challenge our idealized perceptions. Elvis Presley, the embodiment of rock and roll, revolutionized popular music and became an icon of rebellion and sexuality. First, however, we must confront the uncomfortable reality of Presley's appropriation of Black musical traditions and his perpetuation of racial stereotypes. By neglecting to give proper credit to the African-American artists who influenced him, Presley reinforced the racial dynamics that plagued the music industry of his time. The enigmatic figure of Kurt Cobain, the voice of the disenchanted youth of the 1990s, epitomized the tragic allure of the tortured artist. Cobain's untimely death catapulted him to the pantheon of music legends, forever freezing him in as a mythologized youth. Yet, beneath the surface of Cobain's anguish lay an undeniable complicity in perpetuating a tragic image, a commodification of suffering that became a blueprint for future artists. An evolving definition of musical greatness. In pursuing intellectual rigor, we must reevaluate the criteria defining musical greatness. The canon of musical legends predominantly centers around figures who have achieved commercial success, critical acclaim, and cultural influence. However, this framework ignores the contribution of countless artists who have not reached mainstream recognition, but have made profound and lasting impacts on their respective genres. Consider the genre of jazz, which boasts a rich tapestry of brilliant musicians who have remained in the shadows of widespread recognition. Figures like Mary Lou Williams, Charles Mingus, and Alice Coltrane, while respected within jazz circles, have been overshadowed by the towering figures of Louis Armstrong and Miles Davis. We can highlight the often marginalized voices that have significantly contributed to the art form by expanding our definition of musical greatness. Conclusion. As we navigate the musical landscape strewn with the legends and legacies, we must engage critically with our complicity in creating these mythological figures. By challenging conventional wisdom, we can uncover the multifaceted aspects of their lives and artistry, free from constraints of adulation. A nuanced exploration of musical legends requires an unflinching examination of their laws, flaws, contradictions, and the sociocultural context in which they emerge. Only through such critical engagement can we begin to appreciate the true breadth and diversity of musical greatness and challenge the limitations imposed by traditional narratives. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Cultural influences in film and TV. Cultural influences in film and TV, unmasking the illusions. In entertainment, film and television hold a formidable sway over the collective consciousness. They shape our perceptions, reinforce cultural norms, and even challenge the status quo. First, however, it is crucial to examine these mediums' supposed influence on culture critically. Do they merely reflect the zeitgeist, or do they possess the power to shape and mold societal values actively? I want to explore the complexities of cultural influences in film and TV, peeling back the layers of illusion and delving into the historical underpinnings that often escape our attention. The mirror of society. Our prevailing view is that film and television act as mirrors, faithfully reflecting the values and beliefs of our society that produce them. This perspective suggests that the prevalence of specific cultural themes and narratives in media directly reflects societal attitudes. However, this notion oversimplifies the relationship between art and society. The creative process is subject to various constraints, from economic pressures to censorship and industry standards, which can dilute or distort the supposed mirroring effect. Additionally, cultural production in film and TV is not a one-way street. While they may reflect aspects of society, they also shape and influence it. Filmmakers and showrunners possess the power to highlight specific aspects of culture, amplify certain voices, and craft narratives that have a lasting impact on public opinion. This influence is not limited to explicit messaging, but extends to subtler forms of persuasion, such as the portrayal of relationships, gender roles, and cultural stereotypes. Historical precedents. To better understand the influence of film and TV on culture, we must consider historical precedents. Throughout the 20th century, totalitarian regimes exploited cinema's power as propaganda. From Triumph of the Will under Nazi Germany to Soviet propaganda films, the impact of these works on shaping public sentiment cannot be understated. These examples highlight the potential of film and television for molding cultural consciousness, often with dire consequences. Furthermore, Hollywood's influence on global culture cannot be ignored. American films and TV shows have disseminated American values, consumerism, and cultural norms worldwide, creating a hegemonic cultural influence that permeates societies across the globe. This cultural imperialism, driven by economic power, has often obscured the diversity and richness of local cultures and narratives, challenging conventional wisdom. Despite the undeniable influence of film and television, it is essential to challenge the conventional wisdom surrounding their impact on culture. First and foremost, we must question the assumption that media consumption translates into direct behavioral change. While media can shape attitudes and perceptions, the relationship between what we see on screen and how we act in the real world is far more complex. Causality is elusive, and many factors contribute to human behavior cannot be easily reduced to simplistic cause and effect relationships. Moreover, we must scrutinize the content and intentions behind cultural productions. It is naive to assume that film and television are immune to ideological biases and vested interests. Behind the scenes, studios, producers, and advertisers operate within a profit-driven industry, where commercial considerations often overshadow artistic integrity or societal impact. This commodification of culture can perpetuate stereotypes, reinforce harmful narratives, and inhibit genuine creative expression. Intellectual rigor and media consumption. Intellectual rigor is paramount to navigating the cultural landscape shaped by film and TV. We must cultivate critical thinking skills and engage with media actively and discerningly. Rather than passively consuming narratives, we should challenge them, deconstruct their underlying assumptions, and seek alternative perspectives. By doing so, we can dismantle the illusions and cliches that permeate our screens and broaden our understanding of the world. Conclusion. The influence of film and television on culture is a nuanced and multifaceted subject. While they can serve as mirrors reflecting societal attitudes, it is crucial to recognize the power of these mediums in shaping cultural narratives and influencing public opinion. We must not underestimate the historical precedents of propaganda and cultural imperialism. Nor should we unthinkingly accept the assumed link between media consumption and behavior. Instead, we can unveil illusions, challenge conventional wisdom, and reclaim agency over our cultural landscape by approaching film and TV with intellectual rigor and skepticism. Only then can we genuinely change what it means to consume media and foster a more enlightened and critical society. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential, I promise. Exploring global dance traditions. Unmasking the illusions, unraveling global dance traditions. In the realm of human expression, dance holds a unique position. It transcends language barriers and cultural boundaries, intertwining movement, rhythm, and emotion into a captivating spectacle. Exploring the global tapestry of dance traditions, one encounters a rich mosaic of artistic forms, each bearing the mark of its unique cultural heritage. However, behind the allure and the enchantment lies a tangled web of narratives, myths, and misconceptions that demand closer scrutiny. We shall delve into global dance traditions with an unapologetic pursuit of intellectual rigor, critically examining the conventional wisdom surrounding this subject and challenging it with historical references and intelligent analysis. The dance of origins. It is often assumed dance emerges as a universal human expression, an innate impulse tied to our primal instincts. While this idea may be romantic, it oversimplifies the intricate historical and cultural factors that shaped dance traditions worldwide. The origins of the dance are not easily discernible, and its evolution is entangled with the development of human societies. To understand the complexities of dance's origins, we must look behind popular notions and turn to the archaeological record. Ancient cave paintings and artifacts reveal traces of early rhythmic movements, suggesting that dance rituals may have been integral to prehistoric human cultures. However, attempting to pinpoint a single birthplace or original dance form is futile, as dance likely arose independently in various religions and regions of the world. Exploring cultural context. A critical examination of global dance traditions necessitates understanding the historical and cultural contexts within which they evolved. dance serves as a mirror reflecting a particular society's values, beliefs, and social dynamics. However, the unquestioning celebration of dance as a pure representation of culture risks glossing over some uncomfortable truths. Take, for instance, the exoticization of certain dance forms. The Western gaze has often romanticized and fetished dances from non-Western cultures, reducing them to mere spectacles for entertainment. This appropriation and commercialization of dance perpetuates harmful stereotypes and robs these art forms of cultural significance. By critically engaging with dance traditions, we can navigate beyond the superficial narratives and gain a more nuanced understanding of their true essence. The political choreography. Behind the gaze and beauty of dance lies a world of power dynamics and political influences. Throughout history, rulers and elites have recognized the potential of dance as a tool for propaganda and control. From the courtly ballets of Louis XIV to the socialist realist dances of the Soviet Union, choreography has been harnessed to reinforce political narratives and maintain social order. By examining the historical context in which certain dance forms emerged, we can uncover the hidden layers of political choreography. The deliberate promotion or suppression of specific dance traditions sheds light on the interplay between the art and power. Challenging conventional wisdom demands unmasking these hidden agendas and acknowledging dance as a powerful instrument of political manipulation. Dance as a site of resistance. While those in power have frequently co-opted dance, it has also served as a potent form of resistance and cultural preservation. Oppressed communities throughout history have turned to dance to assert their identities and reclaim their agency. From the African diaspora's vibrant dances challenging slavery's shackles to the subversive movements of contemporary urban dance, the liberation struggle often finds expression through dance. By embracing a critical lens, we can recognize the agency inherent in dance traditions and defy conventional norms. These forms of resistance challenge the dominant narrative, disrupting established power structures and fostering social change. Engaging with dance is a way to allow us to appropriate its capacity for empowerment and subversion, breaking free from the confines of superficial entertainment. Conclusion. In our exploration of global dance traditions, we have encountered a multitude of narratives, complexities, and contradictions. Like any art form, dance is a product of its historical, cultural, and political context. By challenging conventional wisdom and delving deeper into its origins, cultural context, and political dimensions, we can unravel the illusions that surround dance. Let us move beyond the surface-level enchantment and engage with dance traditions, appreciating their rich historical tapestry while questioning the power dynamic that shaped them. In doing so, we can embrace a more nuanced and authentic understanding of dance, recognizing its potential as a catalyst for social change and enduring expression of human creativity. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. In this series, we'll tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Iconic literary destinations. Challenging the mythos of iconic literary destinations. In literary tourism, there exists a romanticized notion of iconic destinations that purportedly inspire and reflect the greatness of literary works. The idea that visiting these sacred sites will somehow imbue us with the essence of literary genius is an enchanting but misguided belief. It is time to challenge the conventional wisdom surrounding these so-called iconic literary destinations and critically examine their value in understanding and appreciating literature. The fallacy of geographical inspiration. One of the enduring myths propagated by literary tourism is that physical locations directly influence an author's creativity process and the quality of their work. While it is undeniable that certain environments can evoke specific emotions or spark inspiration, the notion that a particular place holds the key to unlocking literary greatness is inherently flawed. Take, for example, the case of William Shakespeare. The Bard's plays are intrinsically linked to Stratford-upon-Avon, his birthplace. Tourists flock to this quaint English town, expecting to absorb the very essence of Shakespearean genius. However, it is vital to recognize that Shakespeare's works were not confined to the geographical boundaries of Stratford-upon-Avon. His plays traverse time, space, and the human condition, reaching far beyond the limitations of a single locale. To reduce his literary brilliance to a mere connection with his birthplace is a disservice to the breadth and depth of his work. Similarly, Hemingway's Paris and Joyce's Dublin are often revered as the wellspring of their creativity. While it is true that these cities served as settings for some of their most celebrated works, the trustworthy source of their literary prowess lies within their minds, not their surroundings. Hemingway's concise prose and Joyce's experimental narrative techniques were products of their intellect, not the bricks and mortar of their chosen cities. Historical context and literary inspiration. A more compelling argument for understanding literature lies in exploring the historical and cultural context in which works are produced. Rather than fixating on specific physical locations, we should delve into the historical milieu that shaped the author's thoughts, beliefs, and experiences. For instance, the Victorian era was a time of immense social change and industrial revolution, greatly influencing the works of authors such as Charles Dickens and the Bronte sisters. Their novels are vivid snapshots at a rapidly evolving society, capturing the struggles of the working class, the plight of the woman, and the harsh realities of life during that period. To truly appreciate their works, one must immerse themselves in the historical context that shaped their narratives, not merely visit the places associated with their lives. Moreover, it is worth noting that many literary classics were penned in the solitude of authors' study rooms, far removed from the allure of famous destinations. The likes of Jane Austen, Emily Dickinson, and Fyodor Dostoevsky crafted their masterpieces in the sanctity of their own creative spaces, free from the distractions of external landscapes. The power of their words lay not in their geographical surroundings, but in the depth of their introspection and imagination. The folly of commemoration. Another aspect of the obsession with iconic literary destinations is the veneration of authors through commemorative plaques, statues, and guided tours. While it is essential to acknowledge and honor literary giants for their contributions, the fetishization of their physical presence and relics risks overshadowing the true essence of their works. Plaques adorning the walls of a house where a famous writer once resided, or statues erected in their honor, can become mere tokens of shallow adulation. They distract from the critical engagement required to comprehend the underlying themes, social commentaries, and intricate literary techniques that define the author's legacies. Redefining literary tourism. Rather than seeking inspiration from physical locations, we should focus on the intellectual and emotional landscapes that literature creates within us. It is throughout the act of reading, contemplation, and discourse that we genuinely engage with the works of great authors. By challenging the mythos of iconic literary destinations, we can redirect our focus towards the deeper explorations of ideas, themes, and the human condition. Let us move away from the seductive allure of superficial connections and delve into the profound intellectual and emotional journeys that literature invites us to embark upon. Conclusion. In our pursuit of understanding and appreciating literature, we must abandon the fallacy that iconic literary destinations hold the key to unlocking the secrets of literary genius. Rather than fixating on physical locations, we should delve into the historical context that shaped authors' work and explore the intellectual and emotional landscapes literature evokes within us. To consume literature in its most proper and most meaningful form, we must move beyond the notion of literary tourism and embrace the transformative power of reading, contemplation, and critical engagement. In doing so, we liberate ourselves from the constraint of geographical boundaries and embark on a journey of intellectual rigor and profound discovery. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Art and technology, innovations and collaborations. Art and technology, innovations and collaborations, a quest for the genuine or a mirage of progress. Art and technology, when uttered in the same breath, evokes a romantic image of harmonious alliance between two seemingly disparate realms. It conjures visions of boundless creativity where artists and innovators join forces to birth marvels that transcend our imagination. Let us not be swept away by the poetic illusions. The relationship between art and technology is far more complex, riddled with paradoxes, and demands a rigorous examination beyond sentimentality. Throughout history, art has been propelled by a spirit of resistance and opposition. Artists have questioned and challenged societal norms, seeking to unearth the hidden truths beneath the polished veneer of consensus. Great works of art, whether painting, literature, or music, have the power to unsettle, provoke, and inspire introspection. Conversely, technology has often been associated with progress, efficiency, and the relentless march of civilization. It aims to streamline processes, enhance productivity, and conquer the seemingly insurmountable obstacles that impede human advancement. Can these opposing forces coexist harmoniously, or are they destined to clash? At first glance, the merging of art and technology may seem promising. New tools and techniques have undeniably expanded the artist's palette, providing novel means of expression. From the advent of photography, which revolutionized visual representation, to the transformative impact of digital art, technology has opened up new avenues for artistic exploration. But we must not confuse accessibility with profundity, nor mistake novelty for artistic merit. The mere presence of technology does not guarantee the creation of meaningful art. One might argue that the over-reliance on technology risks diluting artistic expression. When art becomes subjugated to the whims of the latest gadgetry, it risks losing its soul. The essence of art lies in the struggle, the human touch, and the imperfections. With its obsession with perfection and precision, technology threatens to stifle the nature of artistic creation. It promises shortcuts, templates, and prepackaged solutions, offering artists the illusion of originality while delivering little more than a hollow imitation. Moreover, the fusion of art and technology can reinforce the commodification of creativity. Always eager to capitalize on the latest trends, the marketplace has embraced the digital era with open arms. Art has become a product, measured by its viral potential and capacity to generate clicks and likes. In this hyper-connected age, art risks being reduced to a transient spectacle, easily consumed and quickly forgotten. The rapid dissemination of digital art, while expanding its reach, has also diluted its impact. Like fireworks exploding in the night sky, these digital creations dazzle momentarily before fading into obscurity. This is not to say that art and technology are irreconcilable adversaries. They can engage in fruitful collaborations only if artists retain their critical autonomy. Technology can amplify artistic vision when used as a tool, a means to an end, rather than an end in itself. The sculptor's chisel, the writer's typewriter, and the musician's instrument are all technologies that have served as conduits for artistic expression. They were not creators, but the humble servants of the artist's imagination. Technology should remain a humble servant, not a tyrant imposing its will upon the creative process. We need only glance at history to understand the potential pitfalls of the art-technology nexus. For instance, the advent of photography in the 19th century was met with skepticism by painters who feared the demise of their craft. But the painter soon realized that the camera, while capable of capturing surface appearances, could not penetrate the depths of human emotion and experience. So painting persisted, reinventing itself and asserting its unique capacity for introspection and interpretation. Similarly, introducing the phonograph and later the radio raised concerns about the future of live musical performance. Yet orchestras continue to flourish, their power to captivate and transport audiences remaining unparalleled. Any technological apparatus cannot replicate the warmth of a live cello or the transcendence of a soprano's voice. In pursuing progress, we must not forsake the timeless virtues of human creativity. The quest for innovation should not close our eyes to the enduring significance of tradition and craftsmanship. Art must not be reduced to mere adornment of technology, but rather an independent force that challenges, disrupts, illuminates the human condition. Through this tension between art and technology, we can uncover the genuine and transformative expressions of human spirit. Let us approach the integration of art and technology cautiously, guided by a critical eye and an unyielding commitment to the pursuing genuine artistic creation. Let us not mistake the glittering veneer of progress for true innovation, nor sacrifice the depth of human experience at the altar of convenience. Art should not be relegated to a mere appendage of technology, but rather an essential counterbalance that resists, questions, and transcends the boundaries imposed upon us. In this delicate dance between tradition and innovation, we may find a path toward a future where art and technology coexist in harmony. enriching and challenging one another rather than succumbing to the superficial allure of the latest gadgetry. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Cinematic masters, directors, and their styles. Unraveling cinematic masters, an intellectual journey into directors and their styles. In the vast tapestry of cinematic history, certain directors stand as beacons of creative brilliance, celebrated for their distinct styles and unparalleled contributions to the art form. As we embark on this intellectual exploration, we shall unravel the unconventional wisdom surrounding these so-called cinematic masters. Let us dissect their styles, challenge prevailing notions, and embark on a quest for a deeper understanding of their impact on the art of filmmaking. The quandary of directorial styles. One must question whether directors truly possess a singular style that defines their oeuvre. It is tempting to weave a narrative around a director's work, attributing unique characteristics and motives to them. However, a more discerning eye reveals that even the most revered directors are subject to evolution, adaptation, and occasional missteps. Consider the case of Alfred Hitchcock, often hailed as the master of suspense. While his influence on the genre is undeniable, it would be remiss to paint his entire career with a single brushstroke. From the gripping psychological thrillers of Psycho and Vertigo to the lighter fare of North by Northwest, Hitchcock's range demonstrates a complexity that defies facile categorization. Similarly, Stanley Kubrick is renowned for his meticulous attention to detail and the symmetrical beauty of his compositions. However, reducing his directorial prowess to a mere stylistic gimmick bellies the philosophical depths he plumbs in films like 2001: A Space Odyssey and A Clockwork Orange. Kubrick's style is but one facet of his artistic arsenal, serving as a vehicle for exploring profound themes rather than an end in itself. Auteur theory and its limitations. Auteur theory, championed by the likes of François Truffaut and André Sarris, posits that the director is the primary creative force behind a film, imprinting their vision into their work. While this theory holds merit in some instances, it overlooks the collaborative nature of filmmaking. The work of Quentin Tarantino, often cited as an auteur par excellence, provides a fertile ground for scrutiny. Tarantino's films are undeniably stamped with his unique brand of dialogue, violence, and pop culture references. Yet a closer examination reveals his collaborators' undeniable influence, from his actors-inspired performances to the musical choices that shape the atmosphere of his movies. To ascribe sole authorship to Tarantino neglects the collaborative symphony that brings his visions to life. Historical perspectives and paradigm shifts. To fully grasp the impact of these cinematic masters, we must view them through the prism of historical context. The evolution of filmmaking techniques, societal changes, and shifting cultural paradigms all leave indelible imprints on the works of directors. Consider the revolutionary impact of Steven Spielberg. In the 1970s and 80s, his films like Jaws and E.T. the Extraterrestrial captured the imagination of a generation. Spielberg's style, characterized by sentimentality and accessible narratives, reflected the zeitgeist of a period marked by nostalgia and escapism. However, as the cultural landscape shifted, Spielberg adapted his directorial approach, delving into more complex themes in films like Schindler's List and Saving Private Ryan. His later works challenged the notion of Spielberg as a purveyor of crowd-pleasing blockbusters, revealing a director unafraid to confront darker and more introspective subjects. The fallacy of the magnum opus. Too often, we place undue emphasis on a director's supposed magnum opus, treating it as the definitive representation of their style and legacy. However, this reductionist approach overlooks the nuances and evolution present within their body of work. Take Guillermo del Toro, a master of dark fantasy and visual storytelling. While Pan's Labyrinth is widely hailed as his crowning achievement, dismissing the breadth and depth of his other works would be a disservice. Films like Hellboy and The Shape of Water may differ in tone and genre, but they exhibit a consistent thread of Del Toro's unique blend of magical realism and profound humanity. By fixating on a singular magnum opus, we risk overshadowing the richness and diversity of a director's creative output. Conclusion: challenging the conventional narrative. In our pursuit of intellectual rigor and critical engagement, it becomes evident that the notion of cinematic masters and their defining styles is more complex than popular discourse suggests. Directors are not static entities bound to a singular vision, but dynamic artists who evolve, adapt, and challenge our expectations. By challenging the conventional wisdom surrounding these directors, we can appreciate their artistic evolution and the multifaceted nature of their styles. Moreover, rather than reducing their impact to a single magnum opus, we can explore the entirety of their filmography, examining how their work responds to the ever-changing cinematic landscape. Let's approach the study of directors and their styles with an open mind, weaving a narrative that acknowledges their complexities, embraces collaboration, and remains attuned to the shifting paradigms of art and society. Only then can we truly appreciate the cinematic masters for their intellectual contributions to the world of filmmaking. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Exploring folklore and mythology. Unraveling the tapestry of folklore and mythology, a critical inquiry. Folklore and mythology have long captivated human imagination, serving as a cultural repository of stories, beliefs, and traditions passed down through generations. They have woven the tapestry of our collective consciousness, shaping our understanding of the world and ourselves. However, we must approach these narratives with a discerning eye, employing rigorous intellectual scrutiny to separate fact from fiction and challenge the conventional wisdom that often veils deeper truths. We embark on an intellectual voyage to explore the intricacies of folklore and mythology, questioning their origins, purpose, and enduring significance. The origins of myths. Myths, often regarded as foundational stories that explain natural phenomena or offer moral guidance, arise from diverse cultures and historical contexts. Yet it is crucial to recognize that myths are not immutable truths, but products of human creativity and imagination. While they might contain symbolic wisdom and insights into human nature, we must exercise caution before accepting them as literal accounts of historical events. The power of symbolism. One cannot dismiss the immense power of symbolism in folklore and mythology. The metaphorical language employed in these narratives can convey complex ideas and psychological truths that resonate with individuals across time and space. Mythical figures like Prometheus with his gift of fire, or the Greek god Hermes symbolizing communication and crossroads, serve as archetypal representations of human aspirations and struggles. However, we must be cautious not to mistake symbolism for factual historical events. For instance, the story of the Great Flood, found in multiple mythologies, does not require us to believe in a literal global deluge. Instead, we can interpret it with a cautionary tale about human hubris, the consequences of unruly behavior, and the need to balance humanity and the natural world. The fluidity of myth. Mythology is a living entity that evolves alongside human societies. Throughout history, myths have been adapted, reinterpreted, and repurposed to suit the changing cultural and political climates. This fluidity demonstrates their malleability and reinforces that they are not fixed in stone. Take, for instance, the ancient Greek pantheon, which transformed and adapted over time to reflect their changing values of Greek society. As a result, the gods morphed from their early personifications of natural forces into more anthropomorphic figures embodying human characteristics, desires, and flaws. Such transformations reveal the influence of social, political, and philosophical developments on mythological narratives. Challenging conventional wisdom. To engage critically with folklore and mythology, we must be willing to challenge long-held assumptions and preconceived notions. These narratives often serve as tools for social control, perpetuating patriarchal structures and reinforcing societal norms. For example, Many ancient myths depict women as passive, subordinate figures, reinforcing gender inequalities and prevalent in those societies. We can challenge the conventional wisdom perpetuating such inequities by questioning these narratives. Furthermore, exploring the historical context surrounding the development of the myths can shed light on their political and ideological underpinnings. For example, the hero myths of various cultures often promote narratives of exceptionalism and nationalistic fervor, bolstering the dominant power structures of their time. We can uncover the hidden agendas and the power dynamics by critically examining these narratives, allowing for a more nuanced understanding of our shared heritage. Historical references and sharp wit. While delving into the realm of folklore and mythology, we should not shy away from utilizing historical references to enrich our analysis. Drawing upon the works of scholars like Joseph Campbell, Carl Jung, or Claude Lévi-Strauss, we can gain valuable insights into the universality of mythic themes and their psychological significance. By intertwining historical context with sharp wit and intellectual rigor, we can create a discourse that is both enlightening and engaging. Conclusion. Exploring folklore and mythology demands an unwavering commitment to intellectual rigor and critical inquiry. By peering beyond the veil of conventional wisdom, we can unravel the intricate layers of symbolism, challenge the dominant narratives, and gain a deeper understanding of human culture and psychology. The study of folklore and mythology is not a passive act of consumption. It is an active pursuit of knowledge, questioning, and reevaluation. Through such endeavors, we can embrace the transformative power of these narratives while navigating the boundaries between myth and reality, leaving behind a more prosperous and intellectually vibrant legacy. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. The impact of social media on culture. The impact of social media on culture. The ephemeral mirage, unraveling the impact of social media on culture. In an era dominated by the digital realm, the omnipresence of social media has become a hallmark of our cultural landscape. Its influence extends far and wide, seemingly shaped by the very fabric of our society. However, beneath the glossy surface lies a paradoxical and enigmatic phenomenon that demands our critical examination. Let us embark on a journey to unravel the true impact of social media on culture, dispelling illusions and shedding light on the intricate complexities at play. The illusion of connectivity. One of the most pervasive myths propagated by social media is the idea of unprecedented connectivity. Platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram have promised to bridge distances, foster global understanding, and unite disparate communities. Yet, it is crucial to question the depths and authenticity of these connections. The very nature of social media engenders superficiality, reducing complex human interactions to fleeting exchanges of likes, comments, and emojis. Genuine empathy and understanding, the building blocks of a vibrant culture, cannot be nurtured within the confines of virtual spaces. Instead, we witness the rise of echo chambers, where people surround themselves with like-minded individuals, reinforcing their beliefs rather than engaging in a meaningful discourse. The pursuit of perfection. In social media, the relentless pursuit of perfection has become the norm. The curated nature of posts and profiles encouraging individuals to present idealized versions of themselves, creating an imaginary world of flawlessness and unattainable standards. The impact on culture is twofold. First, it breeds a culture of comparison and self-doubt as people measure their own lives against the carefully constructed highlight reels of others. Second, it erodes the authenticity and vulnerability necessary for genuine human connection. By promoting a culture of surface-level appearances, social media stifles the richness of our collective cultural tapestry. The commodification of attention. Attention has become the currency of the digital age, and social media serves as the marketplace. Platforms are designed to captivate and retain our attention, employing sophisticated algorithms and psychological techniques to keep us scrolling endlessly. In this race for attention, meaningful content often takes a backseat to sensationalism and clickbait. This commodification of attention has profound cultural implications. Intellectual rigor and depth are sacrificed at the altar of viral content, eroding our capacity for critical thinking and genuine engagement with ideas. The digital arena becomes a breeding ground for triviality, where the banal overshadows the profound. Historical perspective. To fully grasp the impact of social media on culture, we must place it within a historical context. Every era has experienced technological advancements that were hailed as transformative forces. Printing press, the telegraph, the television, all were met with grand expectations and dire warnings. Yet, in retrospect, we recognize that their influence was not absolute. These technologies shaped culture, but culture also shaped their trajectories. Similarly, social media is a tool subject to the intentions and actions of its users. It is not an almighty force beyond our control. By challenging the conventional wisdom that ascribes an overwhelming power to social media, we regain agency in shaping its impact on our culture. The role of the individual. In a society that often prioritizes spectacle over substance, it is incumbent upon the individual to resist the allure of shallow engagement and cultivate a genuine pursuit of knowledge and understanding. The intellectual responsibility lies not with the social media platforms, but with each person wielding them. We must resist the seductive pull of the echo chamber, seeking out diverse perspectives and engage in rigorous intellectual discourse. Only by doing so we can prevent social media from homogenizing our culture and undermining the richness and diversity that define us as a society. Conclusion. Social media's impact on culture is far from a simple or unidirectional phenomenon. The illusion of connectivity makes and masks the superficiality of interactions, while the pursuit of perfection obscures authenticity and vulnerability. The commodification of attention perpetuates triviality over substance. However, we can navigate these complexities by critically examining social media's influence, challenging its assumptions, and embracing our agency. As we move forward, remember that our culture is not a passive recipient of the digital age, but an active participant, shaping the tools that seek to shape us. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Cultural inspirations in fashion design. Cultural inspirations in fashion design, a critical examination of the tapestry of influence. As an art form, fashion design is a testament to the human ability to weave together various threads of inspiration and creativity. Cultural influences have long played a significant role in shaping fashion, whether through traditional patterns, materials, or styles. However, in exploring artistic inspirations in fashion design, it is crucial to maintain a critical lens and challenge the conventional wisdom that often romanticizes these interactions. By delving into the history and employing discerning intellectual vigor, we can uncover the complex tapestry of cultural influence within fashion. The dangers of cultural appropriation. One cannot discuss cultural inspirations in fashion design without addressing the delicate issue of cultural appropriation. While some argue that borrowing elements from different cultures is a form of appreciation and homage, it is essential to recognize that power dynamics and historical contexts play a significant role in this conversation. Cultural appropriation becomes problematic when commodifying and commercializing sacred symbols, traditional designs, or important cultural practices. To truly appreciate and engage with cultural inspirations in fashion design, designers must navigate this fine line carefully. Fashion designers should aim to foster respectful dialogue and collaboration instead of merely cherry-picking elements of other cultures without context or understanding. This entails acknowledging and compensating the communities from which these inspirations are drawn, actively promoting cultural exchange and uplifting marginalized voices. Revitalizing cultural traditions. While cultural inspirations can be mishandled, they also possess the power to breathe new life into forgotten or marginalized traditions. Fashion, with its fluidity and adaptability, can catalyze cultural revitalization. By incorporating elements from diverse cultural sources, designers have the potential to reintroduce traditional craftsmanship and aesthetics to a broader audience. Historical examples illustrate the transformative power of fashion in cultural revitalization. The works of Paul Perret and in the early 20th century, for instance, drew inspiration from the Orient, infusing new life into the fading traditions of Ottoman textiles and Middle Eastern design. This revitalization was not without its controversies, but it also allowed for the appreciation and recognition of cultural treasures that may have otherwise been lost to history. Moving beyond stereotypes. Cultural inspirations in fashion design must strive to move beyond surface-level stereotypes and cliches. Instead, a truly intellectual, rigorous approach demands that designers delve deeper into the historical and sociocultural context of the cultures they draw inspiration from. The goal should be to understand the nuances and complexities of a particular culture rather than reducing it to a collection of external signifiers. For instance, using Native American headdresses as fashion accessories is an egregious example of reducing an entire culture to a mere fashion statement. It is essential to question whether these appropriations perpetuate harmful stereotypes, reinforce power imbalances, or trivialize the struggles and experiences of marginalized communities. By critically examining the cultural inspirations they employ, designers can ensure that their work fosters understanding and respect rather than perpetuating harmful narratives. Reciprocity and collaborative exchange. To truly honor cultural inspirations, fashion designers should actively seek reciprocity and collaborative exchange with the communities they draw from. This means going beyond appropriation and engaging in meaningful dialogue with cultural practitioners, artisans, and experts. Such collaborations can promote understanding, build bridges between cultures, and ensure that artistic inspirations are accurately represented and respected. Fashion designers can use their platforms to amplify voices and stories that have been historically marginalized. By giving credit where it is due and using their influence to advocate for inclusivity, designers can challenge the prevailing power structures within the industry and effect positive change. Conclusion. Cultural inspirations in fashion design are a complex and multifaceted phenomenon, requiring critical examination. To navigate this terrain with intellectual rigor, designers must be aware of the potential pitfalls of cultural inspiration while actively seeking reciprocity and collaborative exchange. By revitalizing cultural traditions, moving beyond stereotypes, and engaging in meaningful dialogue, fashion designers can transform their work into a force for artistic appreciation and understanding. Let us not forget that fashion, like any other art form, has the power to shape and reflect the world we inhabit. By challenging conventional wisdom, drawing upon historical references, and employing an unapologetic pursuit of intellectual rigor, we can ensure that cultural inspiration in fashion design catalyze positive change and a celebration of the rich diversity of human creativity. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Exploring world cinema. World cinema, unveiling the tapestry of human experience. In an age dominated by Hollywood blockbusters and the glitz and glamour of the Western film industry, the world of cinema outside its borders often remains hidden, a treasure trove awaiting discovery. Exploring world cinema allows us to broaden our intellectual horizons, challenge conventional wisdom, and immerse ourselves in narratives that encapsulate the diverse tapestry of human experience. In this episode, we embark on a penetrating journey, guided by intellectual rigor to unravel world cinema's rich cultural, historical, and artistic landscapes. The hegemony of Hollywood. Before diving into the depths of world cinema, it is crucial to address the dominance of Hollywood. The American film industry has achieved global hegemony, dictating trends, shaping narratives, and influencing the collective consciousness of audiences worldwide. This dominance, however, has led to a homogenization of cinematic experiences, where formulaic storytelling and visual spectacle often overshadow the exploration of profound themes and nuanced perspectives. Challenging the cultural hegemony. The exploration of world cinema serves as a potent antidote to the cultural homogeneity perpetuated by Hollywood. By venturing beyond the familiar terrain, we are exposed to many narratives that challenge our preconceived notions and broaden our understandings of the human condition. In addition, world cinema provides a platform for marginalized voices, allowing stories relegated to the periphery to take center stage. Historical narratives and identity. One of the most compelling aspects of world cinema lies in its ability to convey historical narratives that often escape the purview of mainstream Western cinema. Through films such as Akira Kurosawa, Ran, or Andrzej Wajda, Ashes and Diamonds, we encounter historical perspectives that differ from the dominant Western narratives. These films allow us to grapple with the complexities of identity, memory, and the enduring impact of historical events on societies across the globe. The auteur's vision. World cinema has produced an array of visionary auteurs, whose cinematic works offer a unique lens through which to view the human experience. The distinct artistic voices of Ingmar Bergman, Federico Fellini, and Sayed Arey, to name just a few, have left an indelible mark on the cinematic landscape. Their films transcend geographical boundaries, capturing the essence of the human condition with unflinching honesty and introspection. Cross-cultural dialogue. In an increasingly interconnected world, the importance of cross-cultural dialogue cannot be overstated. World cinema facilitates this dialogue by bridging gaps and fostering a mutual understanding among disparate cultures. Films like Wong Kar-ai's In the Mood for Love and Abbas Kiarostami's Taste of Cherry offer glimpses into worlds that might otherwise remain distant and unfamiliar, opening avenues for empathy, appreciation, and connection. The emergence of new cinematic centers. While European cinema has long been revered as a bastion of artistic excellence, world cinema is constantly evolving, with new cinematic centers emerging in unexpected corners of the globe. The rise of South Korean cinema, with directors like Bong Joon-ho, captivated global audiences with works such as Parasite, exemplifies the vitality and diversity of contemporary world cinema. These new cinematic powerhouses bring fresh perspectives, challenging established norms, and invigorating the art of storytelling. The language barrier. One significant challenge in exploring world cinema lies in the language barrier. Many masterpieces of global cinema are produced in languages unfamiliar to the Western audience, leading to their marginalization and limited accessibility. However, with the advancements of subtitle and digital platforms, this barrier is gradually eroding, opening up a world of cinematic treasures waiting to be discovered. Conclusion. Exploring world cinema is an excellent endeavor that demands our attention and engagement. By venturing beyond the familiar Hollywood landscape, we encounter many narratives that challenge our perspectives, enrich our understanding of history, and foster cross-cultural dialogue. World cinema is a testament to the beauty and power of storytelling, transcending barriers and bringing the world closer together through the shared experiences of cinema. So, let us shed the shackles of cultural homogeneity, embrace the unexplored, and embark on a journey that illuminates the breadth and depth of the human experience. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential, I promise. Art and healing, the therapeutic power of creativity. Art and healing, the therapeutic power of creativity or wishful thinking. In art and healing, the topic of eliciting a sentimental and unquestioning embrace, it is essential to maintain a critical lens and subject the claims of therapeutic power to rigorous examination. While the idea that creativity possesses healing properties may be comforting, it is imperative to challenge this conventional wisdom and explore whether it holds up to intellectual scrutiny. So, let us embark on an unapologetic pursuit of academic rigor to dissect the claims surrounding the therapeutic power of art, drawing upon historical references and sharp wit to uncover the truth. To approach this subject, we must first define what is meant by therapeutic power. The proponents of art as therapy argue that engaging in creative endeavors can alleviate emotional distress, promote self-expression, and enhance overall well-being. However, let us not forget that correlation does not imply causation. It is easy to mistake the comforting qualities of art for a natural, curative effect. The placebo effect can be powerful, and attributing healing to art may manifest the human mind's inclination to find solace and meaning in aesthetic experiences. Furthermore, historical references demonstrate the ambiguity surrounding the therapeutic claims of art. Consider the case of Vincent van Gogh, an artist renowned for his profound struggles with mental health. While Van Gogh's art continues to inspire and move us, it did not serve as a panacea for his demons. His artistic brilliance was born out of anguish, not healing. It is dangerous to conflate the creative process with therapeutic benefits, as doing so oversimplifies the complexities of mental health and undermines the importance of evidence-based treatments. Additionally, the idea that art possesses an inherent therapeutic quality fails to account for the vast array of individual experiences and preferences. Just as beauty lies in the eye of the beholder, so does art's potential healing power. What might soothe one person's soul may elicit indifference or even exacerbate distress in another. We cannot disregard the subjective nature of artistic interpretation and the wide-ranging emotional responses it evokes. Moreover, there is a danger in placing excessive reliance on art as therapy, as it may divert attention and resources from evidence-based psychological interventions. While art can complement traditional therapeutic approaches, it should not be considered a substitute for professional help. Mental health conditions require comprehensive care, which may involve medication, cognitive behavioral therapy, and other evidence-based treatments. The notion that art alone can provide a cure neglects the complexity of psychological distress and undermines the role of trained professionals. Critics might argue that artistic expression can be cathartic and aid emotional release. However, we must question whether catharsis alone constitutes genuine therapeutic progress. Emotional freedom, while momentarily satisfying, does not necessarily translate into lasting psychological well-being. It is akin to releasing steam from a pressure cooker without addressing the underlying issues. True healing requires a deeper understanding of one's emotions and the development of coping strategies, which can be best achieved through evidence-based therapeutic modalities. Furthermore, the assumption that creativity necessarily leads to improved mental health ignores the realities of many artists' lives. Throughout history, numerous creative geniuses have suffered from mental illness and addiction. The tortured souls of figures like Edgar Allan Poe, Virginia Woolf, and Sylvia Plath challenge the notion that art is inherently curative. While they produced profound works of art, their lives were marked by deep anguish. Their experiences stand as a reminder that artistic expression does not guarantee therapeutic benefits or shield against mental turmoil. In conclusion, the claims surrounding the therapeutic power of art demand a critical examination. While embracing the notion that creativity possesses healing properties is tempting, we must not succumb to wishful thinking or sentimentalism. The historical record, the subjectivity of artistic interpretation, and the need for evidence-based treatment all caution against an uncritical acceptance of the idea. While art can certainly provide solace, inspire introspection, and aid in emotional expression, it falls short of being a comprehensive therapeutic modality. To address the complexities of mental health, we must approach the subject with intellectual rigor, challenging conventional wisdom and recognizing the need for a multifaceted approach to healing. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Cultural reflections in literature. Cultural reflections in literature, unmasking the illusions. In exploring the theme of cultural reflections in literature, we dissect the intricate relationship between societies and the written word. Far too often, literary works are heralded as accurate reflections of the cultures from which they emerge. However, we must approach such claims critically, for literature is not a mirror, but rather a prism through which cultural complexities are refracted. By challenging the conventional wisdom surrounding the subject, we can unravel the illusions that often shroud our understanding of the profound interplay between literature and culture. The fallacy of monolithic cultural representations. One of the greatest fallacies perpetuated in literary discourse is the notion that a single work can be an unassailable representation of an entire culture. This reductionist view overlooks the inherent diversity and multiplicity of any society. Cultures are fluid, dynamic entities that defy easy categorization. They evolve, clash, and assimilate in an ongoing process of cultural exchange. The idea that literature can capture the essence of an entire culture is akin to believing that a single drop of water can encompass the ocean's vastness. It ignores the myriad of voices, perspectives, and experiences within any cultural context. We must remember that literature, though a powerful tool for social commentary, is one facet of a culture's expression. Shattering the Orientalist lens. To truly engage with the topic, we must confront the pernicious influence of Orientalism in literature. Historically, works from the Western canon have frequently portrayed non-Western cultures through a distorted lens of exotericism, otherness, and colonial bias. Such representations perpetuate stereotypes and reinforce power imbalances, creating a disingenuous understanding of cultural realities. Edward Said's seminal work, Orientalism, exposes the inherent fallacies within this distorted lens. He argues that Western literature often reduces non-Western cultures to simplistic, romanticized caricatures, perpetuating a sense of cultural superiority. Our responsibility as discerning readers and critics is to challenge these harmful portrayals and strive for a more nuanced understanding of diverse cultures. Intertextuality, the web of cultural influence. To fully grasp the cultural reflections within literature, we must acknowledge the interconnectedness of ideas across time and space. Literary works are not isolated. They are intricately woven into a tapestry of intertextuality. Writers draw inspiration from their predecessors, engage in dialogue with contemporaries, and contribute to an ongoing literary conversation that transcends cultural boundaries. In this sense, literature becomes a platform for cultural exchange, challenging the notion of fixed cultural identities. Take, for example, the profound influence of the Islamic Golden Age on European Renaissance thinkers. Works by Arabic philosophers and mathematicians, translated into Latin during the Middle Ages, played a pivotal role in shaping the intellectual landscape of Europe. This intercultural dialogue reflects the porous nature of cultural boundaries and the transformative power of literature. Literary ambiguity, a call for critical interpretation. Literature often operates in ambiguity, where multiple interpretations are possible. This inherent subjectivity challenges the notion of literature as a direct reflection of culture. In addition, authors often employ narrative techniques, such as irony, satire, and allegory, to critique, subvert, or illuminate societal norms and values. Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels serves as a prime example. On the surface, it appears to be a fantastical tale of travel and adventure. However, beneath this veneer lies a scathing critique of human nature, political systems, and cultural mores. Swift employs satire to expose the follies of his time, demonstrating how literature can act as a mirror that reflects, distorts, and critiques culture simultaneously. Conclusion. Unveiling the illusions. We must navigate a labyrinth of illusions in our quest to understand cultural reflections in literature. Literature, while undoubtedly influenced by culture, cannot be regarded as an infallible representation of it. We must challenge the notion of cultural homogeneity, confront the biases ingrained in our interpretations, and recognize the complexity and fluidity of cultural identities. To consume literature is to embark on a transformative journey where our preconceived notions are shattered and new perspectives emerge. By engaging critically with the texts we encounter, we can unearth hidden truths, challenge conventional wisdom, and foster a greater understanding of the intricate relationships between culture and literature. Let us, as readers, embrace the responsibility to explore the nuances, the contradictions, and the complexities within literature. By doing so, we can unmask the illusions, dismantle the Orientalist gaze, and contribute to a more profound and intellectually rigorous engagement with cultural reflections in literature. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Music and identity. Sounds of belonging. Harmonic hegemony. Unraveling the illusion of musical identity. In human experience, few phenomena possess the power to evoke such profound emotions, stir the depths of our souls, and bridge cultural divides as effectively as music. From the tribal drum circles of ancient civilizations to the symphonic masterpieces of Beethoven, music has been intertwined with our human narrative, permeating every corner of our existence. Moreover, it is often claimed that music is a conduit for expressing identity, a sonic emblem of belonging. However, in this exploration, we shall peel back the layers of conventional wisdom and examine the intricate relationship between music and identity with an unyielding commitment to intellectual rigor and critical analysis. The malleability of musical identity. To assert that music is an immutable reflection of one's identity is to underestimate the extraordinary malleability of human experience. The intertwining of music and identity is not a timeless truth, but a social construct subject to historical context, shifting cultural norms, and personal preference. Consider the remarkable adaptability of individuals who traverse geographical and cultural boundaries. Their musical tastes evolve, adapting to new surroundings and incorporating novel influences. Through this fluidity, we witness the limits of music as a static identity marker. Throughout history, numerous examples underscore the transformative nature of a musical identity. For example, the spread of jazz, born from the fusion of African rhythms, European harmonies, and American ingenuity, shattered racial barriers, uniting diverse communities under its intoxicating spell. Likewise, the popularity of genres such as reggae and hip-hop exemplifies the ability of music to transcend national borders, becoming a global phenomenon that transcends the confines of cultural identification. These instances highlight the dynamicism and plasticity inherent in musical expression, questioning the notion that it is an indelible marker of identity. The fallacy of musical nationalism. Nationalism, with its insidious capacity to ignite conflicts, has often sought to weaponize music as an apparatus for reinforcing boundaries. Yet, upon closer examination, we find that national music identities are fraught with fallacies. For example, consider the symphonies of Mozart and the operas of Verdi are both revered as symbolic of Austrian and Italian national identity, respectively. Yet, these composers were celebrated in their time, not as purveyors of nationalistic sentiment, but as universal musical geniuses, whose works resonated across borders. Their artistry defied the narrow confines of national boundaries, and it is only through subsequent historical interpretation that their music has been confined to a nationalistic framework. Similarly, the notion of authentic folk music expressing national identity is a reductionist fallacy. While rooted in local customs, folk traditions are not immune to external influences or evolution over time. They are fluid entities that defy attempts to encapsulate them within the confines of nationalistic narratives. The romanticization of folk music as a pristine, unadulterated expression of a homogeneous national identity is a product of selective memory and historical revisionism. Music as a catalyst for cultural exchange. Contrary to the notion that music is a conduit solely for expressing identity, it can be a powerful catalyst for cultural exchange and hybridity. The rich tapestry of musical traditions throughout history has been shaped by cross-pollination, migration, and the collision of diverse influences. The Silk Road, for instance, facilitated the exchange of musical ideas, instruments, and techniques, resulting in an unparalleled cultural synthesis. Furthermore, the impact of colonization and globalization on musical landscapes cannot be ignored. As cultures come into contact, music becomes a medium through which narratives, ideas, and emotions are shared and blended. The fusion of Western and Indigenous musical traditions in Latin America, the incorporation of Indian classical music in British progressive rock, and the infusion of African rhythms into contemporary pop exemplify the transformative power of musical exchange. In these instances, music serves as a testimony to the dynamicism and interconnectedness of human cultures, challenging the notion of music as a solitary expression of identity. Conclusion. The intertwining of music and identity is a complex tapestry that resists simplistic explanations. Music transcends the boundaries of individual identity with its boundless capacity to inspire and unify. It is a powerful force that defies nationalistic categorization and embraces the fluidity of human experience. The belief that music serves as an immutable reflection of identity fails to acknowledge the transformative power of cultural exchange, the malleability of personal preferences, and the historical context that shapes musical expression. To truly grasp the essence of music and its relationship with identity, we must resist the allure of dogma and delve into the nuance, complexity, and ever-evolving nature of this phenomenon. Let us embrace the kaleidoscope of musical expression, celebrating its ability to bridge divides and challenge preconceptions. For it is through this spirit of openness we can fully appreciate music's profound impact on the human experience. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential, I promise. Art and nature, environmental perspectives. In art and its engagement with nature, one often encounters a romanticized view that reveres the natural world as a pristine and untouchable sanctuary. Unfortunately, this prevailing perspective overlooks the complex relationship between art and nature throughout history, perpetuating a naive and idealized notion of the environment. We will critically explore this topic, challenging the conventional wisdom and delving into the intricate interplay between art, nature, and the human experience. By drawing upon historical references, intelligent analysis, and unapologetic intellectual rigor, we aim to shed light on the multifaceted nature of this discourse. Art as a human construct. To truly understand the relationship between art and nature, one must first acknowledge that art is fundamentally a human construct, a product of our imagination, creativity, and cultural context. Moreover, it is a means through which we interpret and interact with the world, including the natural environment. This recognition calls for a critical evaluation of the assumptions underlying the perception of nature as an independent entity that art should solely venerate or seek to imitate. Historical perspectives. Throughout history, artistic representations of nature have been as varied as the civilizations that produced them. For example, an ancient Egyptian depicted characters in their murals and tomb paintings, but their interpretations were deeply intertwined with religious and mythological narratives. The Greek philosophers, such as Aristotle, sought to understand the natural world through reason and observation, laying the foundation for a scientific approach that would shape art in subsequent eras. In the Renaissance, artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Albrecht Dürer were not content with merely replicating the beauty of nature. Instead, they dissected, studied, and sought to comprehend its inner workings, intertwining art and science in a symbiotic relationship. Similarly, the Impressionists, emphasizing capturing the fleeting effects of light and atmosphere, challenged traditional notions of representation and ventured into subjective perception. Challenging conventional wisdom. Contrary to conventional wisdom, Art's engagement with nature has not always been a harmonious celebration. The works of Francisco Goya, for instance, reflect the tumultuous relationship between humans and the environment. His Disasters of War series portrays the horrors of warfare and the devastation wreaks upon humanity and the natural world. Goya's critical lens invites us to question the romantic idealization of nature and confront the harsh realities of our impact on the environment. Moreover, the notion that art can be a panacea for environmental issues is overly simplistic. Will environmental art movements such as land art, eco art, or earth art have sought to raise awareness to promote ecological stewardship? They often struggle to bridge the gap between aesthetics and meaningful environmental action. The pursuit of aesthetic pleasure alone cannot address our complex ecological challenges. A new perspective. Art as provocation. Rather than perpetuating the notion of art as a passive celebration or imitation of nature, we must recognize its potential as a provocative force. Art can challenge our preconceptions, disrupt complacency, and stimulate critical reflections on our relationship with the environment. Through their daring installations and evocative imagery, artists like Ai Weiwei remind us of the consequences of our actions and the urgency to protect our fragile ecosystems. Art's role in the environmental discourse should not be limited to visual representations alone. Literature, too, has contributed significantly to shaping our understanding of nature. Henry David Thoreau's Walden invites us to question the commodification of nature and advocates for a deeper connection with the natural world. Rachel Carson's Silent Spring sounded the alarm on the detrimental effects of pesticides and spurred the environmental movement. Conclusion. The discourse surrounding art and nature demands a critical and nuanced perspective. We must move beyond the romanticized idealizations that have dominated the narrative, acknowledging art as a human construct that can both celebrate and challenge our relationship with the environment. We can foster a more comprehensive understanding of art's role in environmental perspectives by critically engaging with the subject matter, drawing upon historical references, and embracing intellectual rigor. Only by transcending conventional wisdom can we hope to provoke meaningful change and forge a more harmonious relationship with the natural world. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential, I promise. Cultural diversity in contemporary art. A critical exploration. Contemporary art, in its myriad forms, has long been celebrated as a manifestation of cultural diversity, reflecting the complex tapestry of our globalized world. However, it is essential to approach this topic with a discerning eye, critically examining the assumptions and narratives that surround the notion of cultural diversity in art. We will explore rigorously, challenging the conventional wisdom and delving into the complexities of contemporary art's relationship with cultural diversity. By employing historical references, sharp wit, and unapologetic pursuit of intellectual rigor, we aim to provoke thought and reshape the discourse surrounding the subject. Art as a mirror of cultural diversity. Proponents of cultural art often present it as a mirror of cultural diversity, suggesting including artists from various backgrounds inherently fosters a celebration of difference. While this notion is appealing, it risks oversimplifying the complex dynamics. It assumes that cultural diversity in art automatically leads to a genuine representation and understanding of diverse experiences. However, the reality is far more intricate. Historical perspectives. To unravel this complexity, we must look to history. Art has often been entwined with power dynamics and cultural hegemony throughout the centuries. The dominant cultures and ruling elites have historically controlled the narrative, dictating what is deemed valuable and legitimate within the art world. This historical context sheds light on the challenges artists face from marginalized communities whose voices have been suppressed or dismissed altogether. The perils of tokenism. One must question whether including artists from diverse backgrounds in contemporary institutions truly addresses the underlying power imbalances. Tokenism, unfortunately, is a recurrent pitfall in the quest for cultural diversity. Including a few select artists can serve as a mere veneer, giving the illusion of progress while leaving the broader structures of the art world untouched. True cultural diversity demands a more profound transformation, reevaluating the institutional hierarchies, perpetuating inequalities. The burden of representation. Another crucial consideration is the burden of representation placed on artists from marginalized communities. They are often expected to embody and convey the experiences of their entire culture, reducing their artistic contributions to mere reflections of their ethnicity or background. This pigeonholing can be limiting, denying artists the freedom to explore their individuality and artistic visions beyond the confines of predefined cultural narratives. The homogenizing effects of the market. The contemporary art market, driven by commercial interests, also shapes the discourse around cultural diversity. While globalization has undoubtedly broadened access to art from different parts of the world, it has simultaneously engendered a homogenizing effect. Artists are compelled to conform to market expectations, producing works that cater to Western tastes or fit into commodifiable categories of exoticism. This commodification can obscure the complexities and richness of cultural diversity, reducing it to a marketable commodity. The pitfalls of cultural appropriation. The issue of cultural appropriation further complicates cultural diversity in contemporary art. While artistic exchange and cross-pollination are integral to creative expression, the line between respectful homage and exploitative appropriation can be blurry. Therefore, artists must navigate the terrain of cultural borrowing and sensitivity and self-awareness, acknowledging the power dynamics and potential harm that can arise from appropriating marginalized cultures. Moving towards genuine cultural exchange. To move beyond these challenges, a more nuanced approach is needed. Genuine cultural exchange can emerge where artists engage in meaningful dialogue, transcending superficial displays of diversity. Artists must be engaged to delve into their cultural heritage while engaging in the broader human experience. Such an approach allows for creating art that resonates universally, transcending cultural boundaries and fostering proper understanding. Conclusion. Cultural diversity in contemporary art is a multifaceted and complex subject that demands critical examination. By challenging conventional wisdom and questioning this topic's assumptions, we can unravel the intricacies of power, representation, and commodification that shape the discourse. Genuine cultural diversity requires dismantling institutional hierarchies, recognizing the burdens of expression, and fostering a meaningful dialogue, transcending superficial displays of diversity. In doing so, we can create a genuinely inclusive art world that embraces the richness and complexities of our globalized society. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Cultural influences in gaming. Cultural influences in gaming, unveiling the socio-cultural tapestry of virtual realities. In an ever-expanding gaming realm where pixels and algorithms weave intricate narratives, it is crucial to discern the profound cultural influences shaping this virtual universe. Gaming, often dismissed as frivolous escape or a purely technical endeavor, is a medium that both reflects and refracts the broader socio-cultural tapestry of the world. By delving into the origins of gaming, examining its historical trajectory, and dissecting its intricate interplay with culture, we can unveil the profound significance of this interactive art form. Unearthing the cultural ancestry of gaming. To comprehend the cultural influences in gaming, we must excavate its origins. Its earliest form, gaming can be traced back to ancient civilizations. From Senet to ancient Egypt to the intricate strategy games of ancient China. These early gaming prototypes were imbued with cultural significance. They entertained and served as platforms for imparting moral values, cultivating strategic thinking, and facilitating social interactions. The enduring nature of gaming, evolving centuries, reveals its innate connection to culture. Historical perspectives. Games as reflections of society. Gaming's cultural significance is most pronounced when viewed through history. games throughout the ages often encapsulate the zeitgeist of their respective societies. For example, chess originated in ancient India and spreading to Persia and Europe mirrored the feudal systems prevalent in these regions. The hierarchical structure of the game reflected their rigid social order, while the strategic maneuvers emulated the political intrigues of the time. Similarly, the rise of role-playing games in the 20th century echoes the societal yearning for self-expression, individualism, and escapism in the face of industrialization and mass consumerism. Intersections of gaming and identity. Culture not only permeates gaming, but also intertwines with questions of identity. As gaming evolved into a global phenomenon, it became a platform for individuals to explore and negotiate their cultural identities. This negotiation is evident in the rise of nationalistic narratives within gaming. Games like Civilization and Europa Universalis allow players to shape and reimagine history through the prism of their own national identity. However, this interplay between gaming and cultural identity is not without controversy. Representing diverse cultures and marginalized communities within gaming remains an ongoing struggle, revealing the need for a more inclusive and nuanced approach to game development. Gaming as a cultural force. As an influential cultural force, gaming has the power to shape and challenge societal norms. The emergence of esports as a global phenomenon showcases the fusion of gaming, athleticism, and spectatorship. The popularity of competitive gaming has shattered preconceived notions about the legitimacy and value of video games as entertainment. This cultural shift challenges the traditional hierarchy of physical sports and highlights the transformative power of virtual spaces. Furthermore, gaming has become a medium for storytelling, offering narratives that transcend cultural boundaries. Games such as the Witcher series and BioShock invite players to immerse themselves in worlds that tackle complex moral and philosophical questions. By blurring the line between player and protagonist, these games encourage critical thinking and engage players in meaningful explorations of cultural, ethical, and political dilemmas. The double-edged sword of cultural influence. While cultural influences enrich gaming, they can also perpetuate stereotypes and reinforce biases. For example, portraying specific cultures or ethnicities in games can inadvertently reinforce prejudices or misrepresentations. This is particularly evident in depicting non-Western cultures, where exoticism and Orientalism often prevail. Therefore, game developers must approach cultural influences with sensitivity, research, and awareness of their creation's potential impact on players' perceptions. Conclusion. Far from being a mere pastime, gaming is a multifaceted cultural phenomenon that mirrors and molds society. By acknowledging and critically examining the cultural influences in gaming, we can unlock its potential to challenge existing norms, foster inclusivity, and offer transformative experiences. The future of gaming lies in technical advancements and a conscientious exploration of the complex interplay between culture, identity, and virtual realities. Let us embrace gaming as an art form, thrives on intellectual rigor, pushing the boundaries of our collective imagination and transforming how we perceive and consume culture. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. The power of words, poetry, and spoken word. The transformative force of language and incisive exploration of poetry and spoken word. In pursuing intellectual enlightenment and the redefinition of intellectual consumption, we must delve into poetry and spoken word. These forms of artistic expression possess a profound power, encapsulating the human experience within a tapestry of carefully crafted words. However, to truly understand and appreciate the potential impact of poetry and spoken word, we must challenge conventional wisdom and explore the historical context that has shaped these art forms. With an unyielding commitment to intellectual rigor, I shall embark upon this critical examination, unapologetically dissecting the power of words and their manifestation in poetry and spoken word. Challenging the conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom often portrays poetry and spoken word as mere embellishments of language, lacking practical significance. Yet this perspective fails to grasp the depth of their transformative potential. Poetry and spoken word possess an inherent ability to encapsulate complex emotions, provoke thought, and inspire action. As a result, they have been catalysts for social change throughout history, challenging the status quo and reshaping societies. The historical tapestry. Let us trace the historical roots of poetry and spoken word to appreciate their significance fully. In ancient Greece, the oral tradition of poetry formed the foundation of cultural identity, influencing the trajectory of civilization. The epic poems of Homer, such as the Iliad and the Odyssey, became a communal bond, shaping the collective memory of a people. These poems immortalized heroes, explored the human condition, and offered insights into the intricacies of morality and fate. Moving forward, the Romantic era witnessed the resurgence of poetry as a means of rebellion against societal constraints. The works of William Wordsworth, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and Lord Byron challenged the prevailing norms of their time. Their words breathed life into nature, celebrating individuality and confronting the injustices of the industrial age. Through their poetry, these visionaries sought to redefine humanity's relationships with the world and ignite the fires of revolution. The power of emotional resonance. Poetry and spoken word possess an innate ability to resonate with the depths of human emotion. They are the vehicles through which we can express the inexpressible, capturing the nuances of joy, sorrow, love, and despair. By distilling the complex emotions into evocative metaphors and striking imagery, these art forms offer solace, empathy, and catharsis to both the creator and the audience. Consider the works of Maya Angelou, whose poetry transcended racial and gender boundaries, going the struggles and triumphs of marginalized communities. Her words became a call for equality and justice, challenging the oppressive systems perpetuating discrimination. Angelou's Still I Rise exemplifies the resilience and indomitable spirit that poetry can evoke, empowering individuals to confront adversity head-on. A weapon against injustice. When wielded with precision, poetry and spoken word can become potent weapons against injustice and tyranny. They can expose the hypocrisies of power structures, dismantle oppressive narratives, and ignite social movements. This transformative power is exemplified by the Harlem Renaissance, a vibrant cultural activity in the 1920s that saw the emergence of African American poets and performers who defied racial stereotypes and championed the cause of civil rights. Langston Hughes, one of the prominent voices of the Harlem Renaissance, penned powerful poems that deconstructed racial hierarchies and celebrated African American culture. His words challenged the prevailing notion of a racially stratified society, compelling individuals to confront uncomfortable truths and actively participate in the struggle for racial equality. The unapologetic pursuit of intellectual rigor. We must engage critically with the world around us in our quest for intellectual rigor and enlightenment. Poetry and spoken word offer a unique lens through which to examine societal structures, moral dilemmas, and existential questions. By challenging conventional wisdom, these art forms compel us to question the established order and envision alternative possibilities. Through the brilliant wit and intelligent observations of poets like T.S. Eliot and Sylvia Plath, we gain a deeper understanding of the human condition and the fragility of our existence. Their verses can cut through the superficiality of everyday life, revealing the complexities of our inner worlds. In doing so, they provoke self-reflection and invite us to grapple with the profound mysteries of our existence. Conclusion. In pursuing intellectual consumption and the redefinition of our understanding of philosophy, we must acknowledge the transformative power of poetry and spoken word. These art forms have shaped civilizations, challenged social norms, and ignited revolutions. By encapsulating the human experience and provoking deep emotional resonance, they offer a window into what it means to be human. Let us not underestimate the potency of words and the potential for art to reshape our world. Through an unyielding commitment to intellectual rigor and critical engagement, we can harness the power of poetry and spoken word to challenge the status quo, redefine cultural narratives, and forge a more enlightened and compassionate society. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Theatrical innovations from experimental to immersive. In theater, innovation has always been the lifeblood of progress. From the ancient Greek theaters to the grand stages of Shakespearean England, the evolution of theatrical forms has been marked by a ceaseless quest for novelty and ingenuity. Today, we find ourselves at a crossroads where experimental theater is giving way to the rise of immersive experiences. While this shift is undoubtedly captivating and holds great potential for audience engagement, we must approach these developments with a discerning eye, questioning their actual artistic value and the implications that they may have for the integrity of the theatrical medium. It is essential to understand its historical antecedents to fully grasp the significance of the cultural trend toward immersive theater. The experimental theater movement of the 20th century, spearheaded by luminaries such as Antonin Artaud and Bertolt Brecht, sought to challenge established conventions and break free from the shackles of realism. Instead, this avant-garde wave emphasized the importance of audience participation and interaction, blurring the boundaries between performer and spectator. Immersive theater has emerged from this fertile ground, harnessing new technologies and techniques to create heightened sensory experiences. At first glance, the allure of immersive theater is undeniable. The promise of being fully enveloped in a narrative, physically and emotionally engaged, is a tempting prospect. Gone are the traditional proscenium arches and distant stages. Instead, audiences find themselves thrust into the heart of the action, interacting with the performers and becoming active participants in the unfolding drama. It is an intoxicating fusion of reality and fiction, an experience that demands our attention and challenges our preconceptions of what theater can be. Yet, we must remain vigilant in our enthusiasm for this dramatic evolution. For all its novelty, immersive theater risks sacrificing the essence of the art form it seeks to transform. The theater has always been a delicate balancing act between illusion and reality, where the imagination is given free rein. By erasing the boundaries between the stage and the audience, immersive theater threatens to undermine this fundamental dynamic. It risks blurring the line between performance and everyday life to the point where the distinction becomes arbitrary, leaving us adrift in a sea of heightened sensory stimuli, but devoid of the transformative power that theater possesses at its core. Furthermore, the immersive theater trend risks reducing the role of the playwright and the text itself. Traditional theater has long relied on the written word as the bedrock of its artistic expression. The carefully crafted dialogue, the nuanced characterizations, and the exploration of profound themes are fruits of countless hours of laborious writing. In the realm of immersive theater, however, the focus often shifts away from the written text and towards the physicality of the experience. While this may be an exciting departure from the norm, we must not allow the importance of the playwright and the literary tradition to be overshadowed. After all, it is the written word that has preserved the legacy of the playwrights such as Sophocles, Shakespeare, and Ibsen for centuries. And we must be cautious not to discard this invaluable heritage in our pursuit for novelty. To assess immersive theater's impact, we must also consider its broader implications for the theatrical landscape. The shift towards immersive experiences inevitably raises questions about accessibility and inclusivity. While the heightened sensory engagement of immersive theater may be captivating for some, it can also be overwhelming and exclusionary for others. The sensory overload and the demand for active participation may pose significant barriers for individuals with specific disabilities or sensory sensitivities. We must not allow our quest for innovation to create a form of theater that inadvertently marginalizes and alienates those who cannot fully engage with it. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Exploring cultural cuisines. Inquisitive gastronomy, provocatively venturing into cultural cuisines. In our age of global interconnectedness, exploring cultural cuisines has been a celebrated pursuit. From trendy fusion restaurants to food tourism, we revel in the kaleidoscope of flavors, ingredients, and culinary traditions that expand our palates and challenge our senses. Yet, amid the exuberance of the gastronomic journey, it is vital to approach the topic with a discerning intellect, questioning long-standing assumptions, examining the origins of culinary practices, and unraveling the complex web of historical narratives that shape our understanding of cultural cuisines. The culinary kaleidoscope. Cultural cuisine implies a coherent and distinct culinary practice tied to a specific culture or region. However, we must be cautious not to oversimplify or homogenize these diverse culinary traditions. The reality is far more complex as cuisines evolve through intermingling, assimilation, and adaptation. Therefore, the notion of pure or authentic cuisine is a fallacy. Each dish echoes multiple cultural influences shaped by historical migrations, conquests, and trade routes. Cultural appropriation or culinary evolution. Cultural appropriation has become a loaded term in contemporary discourse, often employed to critique the borrowing of culinary traditions from marginalized cultures. While cultural sensitivity is undoubtedly important, it is equally vital to recognize that the culinary world has always thrived on cross-cultural exchange. Throughout history, civilizations have borrowed, shared, and incorporated ingredients, techniques, and flavors. This fluidity has catalyzed culinary evolution, enriching the global gastronomic tapestry. Therefore, rather than decrying cultural borrowing, we must embrace it as a testament to our interconnectedness and as a means of fostering cultural understanding. The power of fusion. Fusion cuisine has been lauded and criticized for its audacious blending of ingredients and techniques from disparate cultural traditions. Detractors argue that fusion dilutes cultural authenticity and leads to a bland mismatch of flavors. However, a closer examination reveals that fusion can be an artistic expression, bridging cultural divides and stimulating our palates unexpectedly. Historical examples such as the Silk Road illustrate how trade routes fostered the exchange of spices, techniques, and culinary ideas. Similarly, fusion cuisine presents an opportunity to challenge our preconceived notions, offering bold and innovative combinations that expand the boundaries of culinary artistry. Culinary colonialism. The colonial era left an indelible mark on culinary traditions worldwide. European powers, driven to exploit and dominate, imposed their culinary norms on colonized nations. While the colonial legacy cannot be denied, it is essential to acknowledge that culinary colonization was not a one-way street. Colonized peoples also appropriated and adapted European ingredients and techniques, transforming them to suit their palates and traditions. Though born out of power imbalances, the resulting syncretism has given rise to a vibrant culinary hybrid that defy simplistic narratives of dominance and resistance. Historical prejudices and culinary canon. The concept of culinary canon, encompassing a select group of dishes or cuisines deemed superior or more refined, is inherently steeped in historical biases. Eurocentrism has long dominated the gastronomic discourse, relegating non-European cuisines to the margins. However, history tells a different tale. The culinary heritage of civilizations like the ancient Persians, Chinese, and Mayans was marked by extraordinary sophistication, culinary innovation, and profound understanding of flavors and ingredients. Dismissing these rich traditions as more ethnic cuisines perpetuates an unjust hierarchy that denies their rightful place in the pantheon of culinary excellence. Conclusion. Exploring cultural cuisines is a remarkable endeavor that unveils a tapestry woven from the threads of human history, migration, and exchange. As we embark on this gastronomic voyage, let us embrace intellectual rigor, challenge conventional wisdom, and critically engage with the complexity of cultural and culinary practices. By doing so, we can celebrate the richness of our shared human experience, foster cultural understanding, and savor the flavors that unite us across time and space. Let's be curious Epicureans, venturing beyond the surface and embracing diverse flavors that challenge our palates and nourish our minds. the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Women in art, breaking barriers. The women in art narrative, a critical examination. The discourse surrounding women in art has become a prominent theme in contemporary cultural conversations. This narrative, which aims to highlight the accomplishments of women artists while addressing historical gender disparities, has gained significant traction in recent years. However, subjecting this perspective to rigorous scrutiny is essential, challenging conventional wisdom and exploring the nuances and complexities underlying the subject. We shall embark upon such a critical examination, shedding light on the potential pitfalls and simplistic narratives, and engaging with the historical references and incisive analysis to provoke thought and further the intellectual discourse. Unveiling the complexity. To truly understand the presence of women art, we must acknowledge the issue's complexity. While it is undeniable that women historically face numerous barriers in pursuing artistic careers, it is equally crucial to recognize the countless exceptional women who defied these constraints and produced significant works. Viewing women artists solely through the lens of victimhood is erroneous, for it overlooks the rich tapestry of their contributions and individual agency. The historical landscape. In dissecting the historical context, we find that women artists have been active throughout the ages, though often underrepresented. From the Italian Renaissance, where artismia gentilicia emerged as a trailblazing painter, to the pioneering works of Rosa Bonheur in the 19th century, women have made notable contributions despite the odds. These examples challenge the notion that women's presence in art is solely a product of modernity, or it emerged exclusively as a response to the male-dominated artistic sphere. However, we must be cautious in avoiding a revisionist interpretation that simplistically ascribes gender-based motivations to every artwork a woman creates. Reducing an artist's work to their gender may undermine the complexity of their artistic vision, perpetuating a gender-centric view rather than focusing on the universality of creative expression, the canon and its limitations. One facet of the woman in art narrative involves reassessing the art historic canon to include more women artists. While diversifying the canon is undoubtedly a worthy goal, we must be wary of altering it for political correctness. Instead, the artistic principle should be determined by the timeless quality and impact of the work rather than gender quotas. Artistic merit should be the primary criterion for inclusion in the canon, irrespective of gender. However, by elevating the importance of gender over artistic excellence, we risk undermining the notion of meritocracy and inadvertently demeaning the accomplishment of women artists who have earned their place through exceptional talent. Resisting tokenism. A danger inherent in pursuing gender parity is the potential for tokenism, where women artists are included merely to fulfill a quota rather than based on artistic merit. Tokenism diminishes the accomplishment of women artists, casting doubt on the authenticity of their achievements and reinforcing gender stereotypes. Moreover, the focus on women artists as a distinct category can inadequately perpetuate the gender divide within the art world. By creating a separate narrative for women, we risk reinforcing the idea that their contributions are somehow lesser or different from those of their male counterparts. Instead, true equality should be characterized by acknowledging artistic excellence regardless of gender, eroding the need for separate narratives. Conclusion. In critically examining the women in art narrative, we must strive for a balanced approach that celebrates the achievements of women artists while avoiding the pitfalls of oversimplification and tokenism. By broadening our understanding of historical context, we recognize the agency and resilience of women artists throughout history. Simultaneously, we must resist the urge to create a separate, gender-centric narrative that may inadvertently undermine the universality and transcendence of art. Let us challenge conventional wisdom and appreciate women artists not solely as women, but as formidable talents who have contributed significantly to the artistic canon. By fostering an inclusive creative landscape that prioritizes merit over gender, we honor the legacy of women artists and ensure that their voices continue to shape and redefine the art world for generations. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Cultural heritage in photography. Cultural heritage in photography, unmasking the illusion. In an era marked by the constant barrage of digital imagery, the subject of cultural heritage in photography demands our undivided attention. This captivating art form has the power to shape narratives, construct historical memory, and perpetuate societal constructs. However, before succumbing to the alluring charm of conventional wisdom, it is imperative that we critically examine the role of photography in preserving and representing cultural heritage. By engaging in a fearless pursuit of intellectual rigor, we can expose the illusions cast by this medium and reveal the nuances that lie beneath the surface. The manipulative gaze. Photography at its core is a product of human perception filtered through the lens of a photographer's eye. Capturing a moment in time inherently carries the biases, intentions, and limitations of the individual behind the camera. Yet we often fall prey to the belief that the lens, with its mechanical precision, accurately depicts reality. Such a notion negates that photography is an inherently subjective medium influenced by the photographer's cultural background, personal beliefs, and aesthetic preferences. In cultural heritage, this subjective lens can be particularly misleading. The camera's gaze can selectively capture and amplify certain aspects of a culture while relegating the others to the periphery. It is a tool that can be both empowering and marginalizing, depending on the intentions and perspective of the photographer. We must be wary of the illusion that a single photograph can encapsulate the multifaceted nature of cultural heritage, for it is a complex tapestry woven over centuries of human endeavor. Constructing and perpetuating stereotypes. One cannot ignore the historical precedent photography sets in constructing and perpetuating stereotypes. From the exoticized Orientalist depictions of the 19th century to the reductionist visual narratives of colonialism, photography has undeniably shaped our understanding of different cultures. However, by freezing moments in time, it tends to distill complex cultural identities into simplistic, static representations. Consider the infamous photographs of indigenous peoples worldwide, often presented through a Eurocentric lens that exoticized and objectifies. These images, initially intended to satisfy the Western thirst for the other, have continued to fuel misconceptions and reinforce existing power imbalances. As a medium, photography can transcend these limitations and present a nuanced, authentic portrayal of cultural heritage. However, achieving such a representation requires a conscious effort to challenge stereotypes, discard preconceived notions, and embrace a more inclusive perspective. The illusion of preservation. Photography is often hailed as a means of preserving cultural heritage for future generations. First, however, we must interrogate the extent to which the medium truly captures the essence of what it seeks to maintain. Cultural heritage is not merely a collection of artifacts or iconic landmarks frozen in time. It is a living, evolving entity encompassing intangible aspects such as language, customs, rituals, and oral traditions. Photographs, while capable of documenting tangible objects, often struggle to encapsulate an intangible and transient nature of cultural heritage. For example, they fail to convey the intricacies of oral traditions passed down through generations, the rich tapestry of dialects spoken by a community, or the profound significance of rituals and ceremonies. In essence, photography is a selective preservation that can only capture fragmented glimpses of a culture's multifaceted identity, leaving vast realms of intangible heritage unaccounted for. The call for an evolved perspective. To truly appreciate and engage with cultural heritage through photography, we must acknowledge its limitations and strive for an evolved perspective. This entails moving beyond the surface-level representations and actively seeking a more comprehensive understanding of the cultures we encounter. Instead of relying solely on the visual documentation offered by photography, we should embrace a holistic approach that includes immersive experiences, oral histories, academic research, and meaningful dialogue with the communities whose heritage we seek to understand. Furthermore, we must challenge the dominant narratives that perpetuate stereotypes and biases. By actively seeking out alternative perspectives and marginalized voices, we can dismantle the power structures that have historically shaped and portrayed our cultural heritage. Only through such critical engagement can we begin to peel away the layers of illusion cast by photography and forge a more authentic and inclusive understanding of cultural heritage. Conclusion. In our quest to explore cultural heritage through the lens of photography, we must tread with caution. Photography, as a subjective and selective medium, has the potential to distort reality, perpetuate stereotypes, and mask the complexities of cultural identity. However, by challenging conventional wisdom, engaging critically, and embracing a more inclusive perspective, we can break free from the illusions cast by this art form. Through this unapologetic pursuit of intellectual rigor, we can unlock the true essence of cultural heritage, preserving and celebrating the diverse tapestry of human experience for generations to come. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential, I promise. Cultural traditions in ceremonies and rituals. An erudite exploration. In examining cultural traditions surrounding ceremonies and rituals, one is inevitably confronted with a complex tapestry by the interplay of history, belief systems, and human psychology. Nevertheless, these customs have persisted, often serving as a source of identity and cohesion within societies. However, it is crucial to approach this subject matter with a critical lens, challenging conventional wisdom and exploring the intellectual foundations upon which these traditions rest. We will explore the history of thought, questioning the necessity, efficacy, and underlying assumptions of cultural ceremonies and rituals. The power of rituals. Rituals have long captivated the human imagination, serving as a vehicle for cultural expression, spiritual beliefs, and social bonding. From the ancient to modern societies, these practices have left an indelible mark on our collective consciousness. Nevertheless, it is imperative to ask whether the power of rituals lies in their intrinsic value, or it merely reflects our propensity for pattern-seeking and psychological comfort. Throughout history, societies have engaged in rituals with varying degrees of elaboration, imbuing them with meaning and significance. Yet, when scrutinizing these traditions, we often find a common thread, a desire to impose order on the chaos of existence. Rituals attempt to grant solace and a sense of control in uncertainty by investing in specific actions or objects with sacred qualities. While rituals can undoubtedly foster a sense of communal identity, we must also recognize their potential to perpetuate dogma and reinforce social hierarchies. Moreover, by embedding themselves deeply within cultures, rituals can become a potent instrument of social control, stifling dissent and impeding intellectual progress. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to evaluate the intentions and consequences of such practices critically. Historical precedents. To better comprehend the origins and evolution of cultural ceremonies and rituals, we must examine historical precedents and their social contexts. Throughout antiquity, societies devised elaborate ways to appease capricious deities, secure bountiful harvests, and ensure military victories. From the sacrificial rites of the Aztecs to the mysterious rituals of ancient Egypt, we encounter a rich tapestry of human attempts to manipulate the divine. However, the Enlightenment and the subsequent rise of scientific inquiry challenged the very foundation of these rituals. As reason began to replace superstition, the belief in supernatural causality eroded. While some traditions adapted, transforming into more symbolic or secular forms, others clung stubbornly to old-fashioned ideas, perpetuating rituals increasingly divorced from their original purpose. The value of cultural preservation. Advocates for cultural preservation often argue that ceremonies and rituals are vital for maintaining a sense of continuity and cultural identity. However, we must question whether preserving these practices is worth their potential risks. Cultural traditions are not static entities. They evolve and adapt alongside societies. They enshrine rituals without critical examination, risk freezing cultures in time, hindering the organic growth and necessary recalibration of beliefs and practices. A dogged adherence to the tradition may foster an environment hostile to change, impeding progress and inhibiting the pursuit of knowledge. Moreover, cultural preservation should not serve as a justification for harmful or discriminatory practices. Tradition is not inherently virtuous or immune to critique. It must be subject to ethical scrutiny. Recognizing this, societies have increasingly confronted the need to reassess rituals and perpetuate inequity, discrimination, or the subjugation of certain groups. Conclusion. In the realm of cultural traditions surrounding ceremonies and rituals, our intellectual rigor should not waver. Instead, we must critically evaluate the foundations upon which these practices rest, challenge conventional wisdom, and question their relevance and implications in a rapidly changing world. While rituals possess an undeniable allure and can foster communal bonds, we must guard against their potential to entrench dogma and hinder intellectual progress. By examining historical precedents, scrutinizing the values of consequences they embody, and considering the necessity of cultural preservation, we can chart a course that balances preserving essential aspects of our heritage with pursuing a more enlightened future. As we continue to navigate the intricate web of cultural traditions, let us approach ceremonies and rituals with open minds and unyielding intellectual rigor. In doing so, we may uncover new perspectives and reshape these practices better to serve humanity's ever-evolving needs and aspirations. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential, I promise. Exploring contemporary dance. Deconstructing contemporary dance, the ephemeral mirage of artistic substance. Contemporary dance, a term that has become a catch-all for many eclectic and often perplexing movements, has garnered both fervent admirers and ardent detractors. In this critical analysis, we embark on an intellectual expedition, questioning the assumed profundity of contemporary dance and unearthing its inherent limitations. By challenging conventional wisdom and invoking historical references, we aim to reveal the illusory nature of this enigmatic art form and question its place within the realm of intellectual rigor. A flight of fancy. Like a whimsical flight of fancy, contemporary dance has detached itself from traditional ballet's structured confines, allowing for an unrestrained expression of movement. Proponents argue that this liberation enables a deeper connection between the artist and the audience, transcending the boundaries of verbal communication. However, the elusiveness of such an argument becomes evident when we examine the very foundation of dance as a form of human expression. From Isadora Duncan's pioneering efforts in the early 20th century to the avant-garde experiments of Merce Cunningham, contemporary dance has consistently aimed to defy conventional aesthetics. Yet, in doing so, it often sacrifices coherence and clarity, leaving the viewer perplexed and yearning for meaning amidst a sea of convoluted gestures. While proponents may attribute this ambiguity to the interpretive nature of contemporary dance, it is essential to question whether purposeful obfuscation is a legitimate artistic endeavor or merely an excuse for creative bankruptcy. The aesthetics of authenticity. Contemporary dance often heralds itself as the vanguard of artistic authenticity, rejecting the notion of formalized technique in favor of personal expression. However, this rejection neglects the fundamental principles of discipline and mastery underpinning creative endeavors. Through the rigors of technique, dancers acquire the necessary tools to communicate their intentions effectively. Without this foundation, contemporary dance risks descending into an amorphous and self-indulgent practice, where the artist's purposes remain hidden behind a veil of ostentatious movement. Historical insights. To shed further light on the subject, we can draw upon historical references that challenge the preconceived notions of contemporary dance. In the earliest 20th century, Václav Nijinsky's groundbreaking choreography, The Rite of Spring, caused a scandal due to its daring departure from traditional ballet. However, while avant-garde for its time, Nijinsky's choreography was still rooted in a profound understanding of movement and musicality. It was a calculated rebellion that balanced innovation with the foundational principles of dance. In contrast, contemporary dance often seems to revel in rebellion for the sake of revolution, disregarding the need for a robust artistic core. The elitist charade. Another crucial aspect to address in this intellectual elitism surrounding contemporary dance. Proponents assert that its abstract nature demands an informed viewer capable of grasping its subtleties. However, this stance seems to ignore the responsibilities of art to communicate and engage with a broader audience. By alienating those who do not possess a specialized vocabulary of movement analysis, contemporary dance risks becoming an exclusive pursuit, detached from the very essence of artistic expression, which is to connect with humanity on a universal level. Conclusion. In exploring contemporary dance, we have unearthed a disturbing truth, an art form that often masquerades as intellectually rigorous while obscuring its inherent limitations. Its rejection of formalized technique, the absence of coherence, and the elitist exclusivity surrounding it all contribute to a fragile facade that crumbles under scrutiny. While innovation and experimentation are essential to the evolution of any art form, it is crucial to question the validity of an endeavor that prioritizes obfuscation over substance and exclusivity over inclusivity. Contemporary dance may offer moments of authentic intrigue in its current manifestation, but its fleeting allure ultimately fails to leave a lasting impact or convey a meaningful message. As we strive to reshape our cultural consumption, engaging critically with the art forms that claim intellectual profundity is imperative, urging them to transcend their self-imposed limitations and, once again, find a place within the realm of artistic substance. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Street art and urban culture. Street art and urban culture, challenging the veneer of rebellion. In the realm of urban landscape, the phenomenon of street art has taken on a peculiar significance. Initially associated with the rebellious acts of graffiti and vandalism, street art has evolved into a multifaceted cultural expression that claims to challenge established norms and provoke societal introspection. However, examining the intricate tapestry of street art and its relationship with urban culture makes it apparent that a more critical assessment is warranted. We can uncover a deeper understanding of this artistic phenomenon by interrogating the conventional wisdom surrounding street art, analyzing its historical antecedents, and scrutinizing its true impact. The illusion of rebellion. Street art has often been hailed as a rebellious medium, offering a voice to marginalized communities and challenging the hegemonic power structures that govern our cities. But is this rebelliousness merely an illusion, an aesthetic veneer that masks deeper social realities? To truly challenge conventional wisdom, we must critically assess the motivations and outcomes of street art. Historically, rebellion has been integral to artistic movements such as the Dadists or Situationists, who sought to upend established norms. However, street art, particularly in its contemporary form, often conforms to the systems it purports to defy. Museums and galleries now eagerly embrace street artists, transforming their work into commodified objects, thereby defanging their potential for subversion. Unfortunately, by succumbing to the market forces they claim to resist, street artists unwittingly become complicit in perpetuating the system they aim to critique. The historical context. To fully grasp the complexities of street art, we must contextualize it within the broader historical continuum of art and rebellion. Throughout history, artists have used public spaces as a canvas to challenge authority and provoke thought. From the ancient Pompeian graffiti to the political murals of Diego Rivera, the impulse to engage with the public sphere is not exclusive to contemporary street art. Moreover, the act of creating art in public spaces has inherent contradictions. On the one hand, it challenges the exclusivity of art galleries and museums, making art accessible to all. Yet, on the other hand, it appropriates public spaces without democratic consent, imposing the artist's vision upon the urban environment. This tension raises questions about the nature of shared ownership and the rights of individuals to shape their surroundings. The limits of subversion. While street art may claim to subvert established power structures, its impact often falls short of actual social change. In many cases, street art becomes little more than a backdrop for urban gentrification, employed by city officials and developers to cultivate an edgy and vibrant aesthetic that caters to the tastes of the privileged. It becomes a tool of urban branding, disguising the harsh realities of socioeconomic inequality and displacement. Furthermore, the ephemeral nature of street art undermines its potential for sustained impact. The impermanence of spray-painted walls or stenciled images renders them susceptible to erasure or co-optation. Although this impermanence can be seen as an inherent part of the medium's charm, also limits the ability of the street art to challenge the status quo in a lasting and transformative manner. Conclusion. Once celebrated as powerful forces of rebellion and cultural subversion, street art and urban culture demand a closer examination. We can uncover a more nuanced understanding of its impacts on urban environments by challenging the prevailing narrative and critically analyzing street art's motivations, historical context, and outcomes. While street art may offer brief moments of aesthetic pleasure or provoke fleeting contemplation, its ability to affect substantial societal change remains questionable. To truly challenge conventional wisdom and affect meaningful transformation, we must move beyond the allure of surface-level rebellion and engage in deeper conversations about the systemic issues that underpin our urban landscapes. Only then can we break free from the cycle of aesthetic commodification and truly harness the power of art to provoke genuine introspection and societal progress. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Music and emotion, the power of sound. The melodic mirage, debunking the mystique of music and emotion. In the grand tapestry of human existence, few phenomena elicit such fervent adulation and enthusiasm as the art form of music. From the depths of antiquity to the present day, the power of sound has captivated hearts and minds, purportedly capable of evoking an intricate symphony of emotions within us. First, however, let us embark on an intellectual expedition that challenges the conventional wisdom surrounding the alleged connection between music and emotion, armed with the sword of skepticism, the shield of reason, and the armor of historical inquiry. The fickle nature of emotional interpretation. To plunge into the heart of this matter, we must first interrogate the assumption that music possesses inherent emotional qualities. For example, it is often claimed that certain melodies or harmonies can elicit specific emotional responses. Yet, the very foundation of human emotion is a subjective experience shaped by an individual's cultural, personal, and psychological contexts. How can music, a seemingly universal language, transmit feelings consistently across diverse human landscapes? We find a glimmer of insight when we explore the cultural diversity of musical preferences and their emotional connotations. What is hailed as a joyous melody in one culture may evoke melancholy in another. The rhythms that pulse with excitement in one society may be met with indifference or disdain in another. If music's emotional power were inherent, unyielding, and objective, should we not expect it to transcend the boundaries of culture and resonate identically within all human souls? Alas, this notion crumbles under the weight of empirical evidence. Historical perspectives on music and emotion. Venturing further into the annals of history, we encounter illustrious thinkers who have questioned the presumed link between music and emotions. For example, in his Republic, Plato warned of the potential corrupting influence of specific musical modes on the citizenry. He understood that music has the power to mold character, but not in a direct, emotion-driven manner. Instead, he posited that music could shape the soul by imbuing it with certain ethical qualities, thus influencing behavior indirectly. Similarly, Friedrich Nietzsche challenged the conventional understanding of music as a mere emotional release valve. In his work, The Birth of Tragedy, Nietzsche posited that music is a Dionysian force, transcending rationality and invoking primordial instincts. It is not the vehicle for precise emotional expression, but rather an avenue for cathartic release of primal energies, the embodiment of human existence beyond the confines of emotion. The limits of a musical interpretation. While it may be tempting to seek solace in the belief that music possesses a direct emotional power, we must confront the harsh reality that emotions are elusive and multifaceted. Human emotional experiences cannot be distilled into discrete, universally recognizable categories. Just as language fails to capture the totality of human thought, music's capacity to convey specific emotions is inherently limited by the diversity and complexity of our inner lives. Consider, for a moment, the intricate dance between composer, performer, and listener. For example, the composer might intend a piece to evoke profound sorrow, but the performer's interpretation, influenced by their subjective experience, may diverge from this intention. Furthermore, the listener may interpret the music wholly detached from the composer's original intent, in their unique psychological and emotional state. Thus, the notion of music as an unequivocal emotional conduit crumbles before the whims of interpretation. The emancipation of sound. In our pursuit of intellectual rigor, it is crucial to recognize that the power of music lies not in its ability to elicit predetermined emotions, but in its capacity to engage and provoke the human mind. Music possesses a remarkable ability to inspire introspection, ignite the imagination, and transport us beyond the boundaries of our mundane realities. It is in this realm of boundless exploration that music finds its true significance. Let us embrace music as a vehicle for intellectual and emotional liberation, free from preconceived notions and artificial emotional constructs. Instead of succumbing to the allure of simplistic emotional prescriptions, we should celebrate the inherent ambiguity and multifariousness of the musical expression. By doing so, we open ourselves to a universe of possibility where the ineffable power of sound intertwines with the vastness of human thought, leading us to new realms of intellectual and emotional enlightenment. Conclusion. As the final notes of our discourse reverberates through the corridors of contemplation, we must bid farewell to the alluring mirage of a direct and universal connection between music and emotion. The notion that music possesses an inherent emotional power proves to be an illusion, shattered by the kaleidoscope of cultural diversity, the enigma of human interpretation, and the intrinsic complexities of emotions. By relinquishing our quest for predetermined emotional resonance and embracing the intellectual emancipation offered by music, we unlock a gateway to infinite possibilities. In this realm, sound and thought are entwined, forever transforming the boundaries of our consciousness. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Cultural perspectives in documentary filmmaking. Cultural perspectives in documentary filmmaking. Challenging assumptions and unveiling the myth of objectivity. In documentary filmmaking, the notion of cultural perspectives is often celebrated as an essential element in capturing the authentic essence of a subject. However, it is imperative to approach this topic with a critical lens, challenging the conventional wisdom that cultural perspectives in documentary filmmaking necessarily lead to a more profound and truthful representation of reality. By exploring the historical context, questioning assumptions, and unearthing the myth of objectivity, we can better understand the complexities and limitations inherent in the interplay between culture and documentary filmmaking. Cultural relativism and documentary filmmaking. Advocates of cultural perspectives in documentary filmmaking often assert that cultural relativism is the key to understanding and empathizing with different societies. They argue that documentaries crafted with a specific cultural framework provide a more authentic and nuanced portrayal of their subjects. However, this line of thinking disregards the potential pitfalls of cultural relativism, which can inherently promote ethnocentrism or cultural essentialism. By examining history, we find numerous instances where cultural relativism has been used to justify oppressive practices. For example, during the colonial era, Western powers often employed cultural relativism to rationalize their subjective or indigenous peoples. Moreover, the assumption that cultural insiders possess a unique insight into the truth that can perpetuate stereotypes and hinder critical analysis. The myth of objectivity in cultural filmmaking. One must confront the fallacy of objectivity in documentary filmmaking. While documentarians may strive for objectivity, it is essential to acknowledge that subjectivity and bias inevitably infiltrate the filmmaking process. Filmmakers, as human beings, are products of their cultural backgrounds, personal experiences, and inherent biases. As a result, their choices in storytelling, framing, and editing are influenced by their subjective lenses, which can inadequately distort the representation of reality. Moreover, the concept of objectivity assumes a singular truth. Overlooking the truth is multifaceted and subjective. As the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche astutely observed, there are no facts, only interpretations. Documentary filmmaking should, therefore, embrace the acknowledgement of subjectivity and engage in a more transparent discourse with the audience rather than falsely asserting objectivity. The paradox of authenticity. One of the primary arguments favoring cultural perspectives is that they offer an authentic portrayal of a subject. However, the quest for authenticity in documentary filmmaking can be elusive and problematic. Authenticity is an elusive concept, implying a fixed and immutable truth. Yet cultures are dynamic, multifaceted entities that defy reduction to a singular essence. Furthermore, cultural perspectives can lead to a paradoxical situation wherein documentarian becomes an outsider to their own culture. By adopting an observer's stance, the filmmaker risks simplifying and objectifying their subjects, reducing them to caricatures rather than presenting them as complex individuals. This approach can perpetuate stereotypes and hinder genuine understanding. Balancing cultural perspectives with critical inquiry. Rather than prioritizing cultural perspectives, documentary filmmaking should strike a delicate balance between cultural sensitivity and critical inquiry. By incorporating multiple perspectives, including those of insiders and outsiders, filmmakers can transcend the limitations of cultural relativism and enhance the depth of their narratives. To achieve this, documentary filmmakers should engage in rigorous research and cultivate an understanding of the historical, political, and social contexts surrounding their subjects. In addition, they should strive to challenge their assumptions and biases while providing space for dissenting voices within their narratives. By embracing intellectual rigor and critical engagement, documentarians can move beyond surface-level representations and delve into the complexities of the human experience. Conclusion. The celebration of cultural perspectives in documentary filmmaking is not without its pitfalls. Cultural relativism, the myth of objectivity, and the elusive quest for authenticity all contribute to the complexities and limitations inherent in this endeavor. To overcome these challenges, filmmakers must approach their craft with intellectual rigor, engaging critically with their subjects and embracing multiple perspectives. Documentaries should strive to transcend the boundaries of culture and offer a more comprehensive understanding of the human condition. Documentary filmmakers can challenge conventional wisdom and redefine how we consume and interpret this powerful medium by acknowledging the inherent subjectivity in the filmmaking process, balancing cultural sensitivities with critical inquiry, and fostering an open dialogue with the audience. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. The art of cultural critique. The art of cultural critique. The art of cultural critique, unmasking the fallacies of conventional wisdom. Cultural critique has become indispensable for examining and challenging prevailing norms and ideologies in our ever-evolving society. It is a necessary endeavor that scrutinizes the assumptions, biases, and hypocrisies that often permeate our collective consciousness. However, in cultural critique, it is critical to tread the path of intellectual rigor, free from the constraint of conventional wisdom. The seduction of conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom, the venerable guardian of societal norms, often impedes critical thinking. Instead, it thrives on perpetuating comfortable narratives, safeguarding the status quo, and stifling dissenting voices. Cultural critique, therefore, must be equipped with the tools necessary to challenge this seductive force. Historical references. The hypocrisy of cultural relativism. Cultural relativism, a fascinating concept that has gained considerable traction, must be scrutinized. While it is true that cultures differ in their practices, values, and beliefs, cultural relativism has been employed as a shield to deflect legitimate criticism. One must not forget that cultures are not monolithic entities immune to examination. Take, for instance, the practice of female genital mutilation, FGM, in certain societies. Advocates of cultural relativism argue that we should respect such traditions due to their cultural significance. However, cultural critique reveals the grim reality. FGM is a cruel and oppressive practice that violates the rights of girls and women, perpetuating patriarchal power structures. By challenging cultural relativism, we can advocate for human rights universally, transcending cultural boundaries. Challenging conventional wisdom, the perils of identity politics. Identity politics, a dominant force in contemporary discourse, warrants careful examination. While it emerged with the noble intention of promoting inclusivity and justice, it has inadvertently fostered an environment of division and intolerance. Cultural critique must question prevailing narratives of identity politics, prioritizing group identities over individual agency and merit. Historical references. The legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. Drawing upon historical references, we can illuminate the fallacies of identity politics. For example, Martin Luther King Jr., an icon of the civil rights movement, advocated for a society where individuals would be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. King's vision transcended the limitations of identity politics, recognizing the importance of unity and shared humanity. Cultural critique should aspire to uphold this legacy, challenging the tendency to reduce individuals to their racial, ethnic, or gender identities. Employing wit, the absurdity of political correctness. Political correctness, a phenomenon closely tied to cultural critique, demands our attention. While the initial impulse behind promoting inclusive language and behavior is commendable, political correctness often descends into absurdity, inhibiting honest discourse and stifling intellectual freedom. Wit, a powerful weapon in the arsenal of cultural critique, enables us to expose the absurdities of political correctness. George Orwell once remarked, "The further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it." We can challenge the dogmatic adherence to politically correct language by employing sharp wit, arguing a return to robust debate and unapologetic pursuit of truth. Conclusion. By challenging conventional wisdom, drawing upon historical references, and employing wit, we have sought to dismantle the barriers and hinder intellectual rigor. When performed with erudition and incisiveness, cultural analysis can reshape our understanding of the world, transcending the limitations imposed by societal norms and ideologies. Let us continue to embrace this art. It is through relentless examination that we pave the way for progress in intellectual emancipation. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Cultural influences in video games. Cultural influences in video games, a critical examination of a digital tapestry. In interactive entertainment, video games have emerged as a cultural force of unparalleled significance. They can captivate audiences, transport them to imaginative worlds, and provide a medium for storytelling like no other. However, amidst the vast array of virtual landscapes and narratives, it becomes imperative to critically analyze the cultural influences that permeate this modern form of expression. We will embark on an intellectual journey traversing the historical tapestry of human culture to dissect the multifaceted relationship between video games and the society that birthed them. The cultural prism. To truly appreciate the influence of culture on video games, we must first recognize the medium as an artistic reflection of its creators and consumers. Literature, cinema, and visual arts as video games are imbued with cultural motifs, values, and ideologies. From the subtle nuances of character design to the overarching themes explored in their narratives, video games echo the spirit of the times in which they are conceived. However, it is crucial to distinguish between the influence of culture on video games and any potential impact of video games on culture. While critics often assert that violent video games breed societal aggression or are a mere product of our consumerist society, such claims lack substantive evidence and reflect a narrow understanding of the medium. Like any other art form, video games can shape and challenge cultural norms, but their impact is far from unidirectional. Archetypes and storytelling. One cannot discuss video games' cultural influences without acknowledging storytelling's timeless power. Whether linear or nonlinear, video game narratives are a canvas upon which cultural themes are projected. The archetypal hero's journey, found in countless mythologies throughout human history, finds new life in the virtual realms of games. From the epic quests of The Legend of Zelda to the moral complex choices of Mass Effect, these narratives are vehicles for exploring philosophical dilemmas, moral quandaries, and existential questions. Moreover, video games often draw inspiration from historical events and cultural movements, presenting players with interactive simulations of significant moments. For example, the Assassin's Creed series weaves the tapestry of historical accuracy and fictional narrative, transporting players into iconic periods such as the Renaissance and the American Revolution. In doing so, these games educate and encourage players to critically engage with history and cultural contexts. Identity and representation. The question of identity and representation in video games is paramount in our increasingly diverse and globalized world. Critics argue that video games perpetuate harmful stereotypes and lack inclusive models. While it is true that the industry has not always been a beacon of diversity, recent years have witnessed commendable efforts to rectify this. Games like Last of Us Part 2 and Tell Me Why to traditional gender roles and explore the complexities of LGBTQ+ experiences. By providing a platform for underrepresented voices, video games have the potential to contribute to a more inclusive cultural landscape. However, it is essential to exercise caution and not fall into the trap of tokenism or mere box checking for the sake of diversity. True inclusivity demands authentic and nuanced representation that transcends shallow stereotypes. Therefore, video game developers must strive to create diverse narratives that resonate with players on a deeper level, fostering empathy and understanding. Technological catalysts. The symbiotic relationship between technology and culture cannot be understated. As a product of technological innovation, video games shape and are shaped by the prevailing cultural milieu. The evolution of graphics, sound design, and gameplay mechanics reflect technical advancements, cultural preferences, and expectations. The rise of multiplayer and online gaming has further blurred the boundaries between cultures, enabling individuals from different parts of the world to connect and collaborate. The global phenomenon of esports is a testament to the cultural bridges that video games can build. Competitions such as League of Legends, World Championship, and the International Dota 2 Championship bring together players and spectators from diverse backgrounds, fostering a sense of shared experiences and cultural exchange. Conclusion. Like any art form, video games serve as mirrors reflecting the cultures that engendered them. From the overarching narratives to the intricate details of character design, they encapsulate their creators' and consumers' values, ideologies, and historical consciousness. Engaging critically with the cultural influences in video games is recognizing their immense potential to educate, entertain, and challenge conventional wisdom. However, we must be cautious not to simplify the relationship between video games and culture. Acknowledging their ability to shape and challenge cultural norms does not absolve us from their responsibility to analyze the broader societal factors contributing to their creation. We can only fully grasp the complex interplay between video games and the cultures that inspire them through rigorous examination, historical context, and a genuine appreciation for the medium's artistic merits. In our pursuit of understanding, we must eschew knee-jerk reactions and delve into intellectual rigor. By doing so, we open the doors to a richer, more nuanced appreciation of video games as a cultural artifact that can provoke thought, inspire change, and expand the horizons of our shared human experience. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Indigenous perspectives in contemporary art. In contemporary art, there is a prevailing assumption that including indigenous perspectives is an inherently noble and progressive endeavor. While this viewpoint may initially appear commendable, a closer examination is necessary to unveil such an approach's complexities and potential pitfalls. In this critical exploration, we will challenge the conventional wisdom surrounding indigenous perspectives in contemporary art, drawing on historical references and intellectual rigor to shed light on the nuances that deserve our attention. The perils of tokenism. One of the primary dangers associated with including indigenous perspectives in contemporary art is the risk of reducing them to mere tokens. In the pursuit of diversity and cultural inclusivity, there is a propensity for the art world to instrumentalize indigenous artists, using their works as a means to tick boxes on checklists of political correctness. Unfortunately, this approach diminishes indigenous artists' unique contribution and agency, ultimately perpetuating a cycle of marginalization. To avoid tokenism, it is crucial to appreciate indigenous art not solely for its cultural significance, but also for its artistic merit. By evaluating indigenous artists through the same critical lens applied to their non-indigenous counterparts, we honor their creativity and ensure that the weight of their heritage does not overshadow their work. Furthermore, True inclusion demands recognition of individuality and talent rather than reducing artists to spokespersons for their entire culture. The pitfalls of cultural appropriation. Cultural appropriation, adopting elements of another culture, can be a contentious issue within contemporary art. And inclusion of Indigenous perspectives should be approached with caution to avoid inadvertently perpetuating harmful power dynamics. While promoting cross-cultural dialogue and exchange is essential, there is a fine line between appreciation and appropriation. To navigate this treacherous terrain, artists must engage in a thoughtful and respectful dialogue with Indigenous communities, seeking their input and consent. Collaboration should be grounded in mutual respect and understanding to foster genuine cultural exchange. By avoiding the superficial adoption of Indigenous aesthetics for the sake of trendiness, artists can create meaningful, respectful connections that amplify Indigenous voices without undermining their agency. The complexity of Indigenous identity. Indigenous perspectives in contemporary art must also grapple with the multifaceted nature of Indigenous identity. Indigenous cultures are not monolithic entities frozen in time. They encompass a rich tapestry of histories, language, and worldviews. The tendency to homogenize Indigenous experiences erases this diversity and perpetuates a colonial mindset that seeks to categorize and control. To truly engage with Indigenous perspectives, artists and viewers must recognize Indigenous entities' complexity and dynamism. This requires a willingness to listen, learn, and engage with diverse Indigenous voices and narratives. By embracing this complexity, contemporary art can offer a platform for Indigenous artists to express their individuality while challenging preconceived notions about what it means to be Indigenous. Conclusion. In the realm of contemporary art, the inclusion of Indigenous perspectives necessitates a nuanced and critical approach. Tokenism and cultural appropriation must be vigilantly avoided, as they risk undermining Indigenous artists' agency and artistic merit. Instead, a genuine commitment to meaningful collaboration, mutual respect, and an appreciation for the complexity of Indigenous identities can lead to a more inclusive and authentic artistic landscape. Contemporary art has the potential to transcend boundaries, challenge assumptions, and provide a platform for marginalized voices. By engaging critically with the topic, we can contribute to the ongoing dialogue surrounding Indigenous perspectives, working towards a future where cultural inclusivity is not a token gesture, but a true celebration of diverse artistic expressions. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential, I promise. Exploring cultural heritage sites. Unveiling the complexities of cultural heritage sites, challenging the status quo. In our quest to explore cultural heritage sites, we often succumb to romanticizing narratives and the enchantment of the past. These sites hold an important place in our collective consciousness, portraying the stories and achievements of civilizations long gone. However, we must subject these sites to rigorous intellectual scrutiny and challenge the conventional wisdom surrounding them. By delving deeper into the complexities and contradictions inherent in these cultural landmarks, we can unearth a more nuanced understanding of our shared history. The myth of timelessness. Cultural heritage sites are often portrayed as timeless entities frozen in history, but this perception neglects that these sites were once vibrant, evolving centers of human activity. The pyramids of Giza, for instance, are frequently associated with ancient Egyptian civilization, but we rarely acknowledge the laborious process of construction and the countless lives sacrificed in their creation. By focusing solely on the result, we diminish the historical context and the socio-economic realities of the time. Preservation versus reconstruction. Preservation has become the dominant approach in safeguarding cultural heritage sites, but this approach raises important questions regarding the authenticity and the significance of the original materials. Are we genuinely preserving history if we reconstruct part of the ancient ruins using modern techniques and materials? The Parthenon in Athens, for instance, has undergone significant reconstruction efforts, leaving us with a structure that is more a testament to modern preservation than an accurate representation of the original. Furthermore, we must question whether our obsession with preserving the past hinders our understanding. Selective narratives. Cultural heritage sites often reinforce certain narratives while silencing others, promoting a skewed understanding of history. Take, for example, the Taj Mahal in India, a symbol of architectural grandeur and love. While its aesthetic beauty is celebrated, the laborers who toiled under harsh conditions to bring it to life are often overlooked. By selectively highlighting certain aspects of these sites, we perpetuate a distorted narrative that fails to encompass the complexities and contradictions past. Appropriation and ownership. Cultural heritage sites are not immune to issues of appropriation and contested ownership. Many sites, once integral to Indigenous communities, have been claimed and commercialized by external entities. The case of Machu Picchu in Peru exemplifies this issue, as the site has become a tourist attraction while the descendants of the Inca civilization struggle for recognition and a voice in its management. The commodification of cultural heritage can perpetuate colonial legacies and further marginalize already oppressed communities. Beyond physical structures. While cultural heritage sites are often synonymous with ancient ruins and architectural wonders, we must expand our definition to include intangible aspects of culture. Oral traditions, rituals, and Indigenous knowledge systems are equally significant markers of cultural heritage, yet they are often overlooked in favor of concrete structures. For instance, the Great Library of Alexandria is remembered for its grandeur, but we often forget its wealth of knowledge and its cultural diversity. By broadening our perspective, we can appreciate the full richness of our collective heritage. Conclusion. In our unrelenting pursuit of cultural heritage sites, we must shed the illusions of timelessness, challenge the preservation-reconstruction dichotomy, question the narratives presented to us, address issues of appropriation and ownership, and expand our understanding beyond physical structures. The intellectual rigor and critical engagement required to explore these sites will enable us to unravel the intricate tapestries of human history and foster a more inclusive and holistic appreciation of our shared cultural heritage. Let us not succumb to the allure of simplistic narratives and instead embark on a journey of intellectual exploration, unafraid to challenge the status quo and confront the complexities beneath the surface of cultural heritage sites. Only through such an unapologetic pursuit of knowledge can we hope to understand the true essence of our past and reshape our collective future. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential. I promise. Artistic expressions of identity. The fallacies of artistic expressions of identity. An unyielding pursuit of intellectual clarity. In the ever-evolving landscape of artistic discourse, one notion has gained considerable prominence recently: the creative expressions of identity. The fusion of art and personal identity claims to offer profound insights into human condition, elevated into the realm of significance that transcend mere aesthetics. However, this prevalent trend demands a rigorous examination, for it rests on the assumption that requires critical scrutiny. The tyranny of identity. Artistic expressions of identity, as they are currently celebrated, emanate from the belief that identity should be the foundation upon which art is evaluated and understood. This perspective, however, leads us down a treacherous path of self-imposed limitations. By prioritizing identity over artistic merit, we risk subjugating art to the demands of identity politics and reducing it to a mere tool for ideological indoctrination. The intrinsic value of art lies in its ability to transcend the constraints of identity and connect with the universal aspect of the human experience. Throughout history, artists have sought to explore the breadth and depth of the human condition, often delving into the complexities of the human psyche and collective consciousness. This pursuit necessitates a departure from the narrow confines of personal identity and a plunge into the vast realm of shared emotions and experiences. Historical precedents. To truly grasp the limitations of artistic expressions of identity, we must turn to history. Consider the works of renowned masters such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Shakespeare. These titans of art did not confine themselves to expressing their identities. Instead, they engaged with themes larger than themselves: love, death, power, and the human condition. Their timeless creations continue to resonate precisely because they transcend the narrow boundaries of personal identity and speak to the universal. It is worth noting that the laudable artists of the past did not indulge in self-obsessed narcissism or obsess over the minutiae of their identities. Instead, they recognized that art was not a self-portrait but a reflection of the broader human experience. By focusing solely on identity, we risk diminishing the potential for art to reach its zenith, a profound exploration of what it means to be human. The pitfalls of identity-centric art. In their current manifestation, artistic expressions of identity often succumb to an inherent contradiction. On the one hand, they claim to promote inclusivity and diversity, aiming to give a voice to marginalized groups. Yet, paradoxically, they often devolve into an exclusive enterprise, creating a dichotomy between the privileged and the oppressed. In this context, art is reduced to a mere representation of identity, creating a myopic lens through which all artistic endeavors are filtered, rather than fostering a genuine appreciation for artistic excellence. This approach risks relegating art to a means of political grandstanding. The focus shifts from the creative message to the artist's identity, depriving art of its intrinsic value and relegating it to the status of a political tool. The danger of stagnation. Furthermore, the preoccupation with identity in artistic expression threatens to stifle creativity and creative evolution. By narrowing the scope of art to personal identity, we risk becoming trapped in a cycle of repetitive narratives devoid of innovation and originality. Art should challenge societal norms, provoke thought, and invite contemplation. However, when confined to the constraints of identity, it often becomes formulaic and predictable, lacking the necessary dynamism to push the boundaries of human imagination. Conclusion. In conclusion, the prevailing trend of artistic expressions of identity must be critically examined and challenged. By subjugating art to the demands of personal identity, we risk depriving it of its transcendent potential. Historical examples remind us that art flourished when it dared to venture beyond the limitations of individuality, engaging with universal themes that resonate across time and cultures. Rather than succumbing to the narrow confines of identity politics, we should encourage artists to explore the human experience in its entirety. Let us celebrate art that transcends boundaries, defies categorization, and challenges our preconceived notions. By doing so, we embrace a vision of art that uplifts the human spirit, fosters intellectual growth, and reinvigorates the power of artistic expression in our ever-changing world. In the words of Lex Friedman, we need more citizen journalists. And this series will tap into your journalistic potential, I promise. Reflecting on cultural journalism. The cultural journalism conundrum, an intellectual odyssey. In this era of clickbait and superficial analysis, where cultural journalism is often reduced to vacuous gossip and empty sensationalism, it is imperative to engage critically with the state of the craft. The season finale of this discourse beckons, inviting us to reflect upon the abysmal state of cultural journalism and explore its historical underpinnings. The cult of celebrity. Central to the woes of contemporary cultural journalism is the continued veneration of celebrity. The unholy marriage of fame and consumerism has birthed a culture where trivialities overshadow substance. The insatiable appetite for gossip and the obsession with the personal lives of public figures have hijacked the noble purpose of cultural journalism. Rather than dissecting the interpretation of ideas and creations of these figures, we find ourselves mirrored in a sea of tabloid headlines and paparazzi shots. Historically, elevating celebrities to near deity status is not a new phenomenon. In ancient Rome, the cult of personality surrounding emperors and gladiators diverted attention from societal ills. Similarly, during the Renaissance, the fascination with monarchs and artists eclipsed the time's revolutionary ideas and intellectual pursuits. Today, the Kardashianization of cultural journalism perpetuates a cycle of academic regression, discouraging the exploration of meaningful ideas and reinforcing the banality of the status quo. The death of criticism. Another grave concern in cultural journalism is the erosion of genuine criticism. In an era of hyperbole and empty praise, dissenting voices are stifled and critical analysis is deemed antagonistic. Moreover, the fear of alienating advertisers and jeopardizing access to celebrity exclusives has led to a lack of genuine critique. Contrary to the current state of affairs, history provides us with towering figures who upheld the principles of rigorous criticism. From George Bernard Shaw to Susan Sontag, these intellectual stewards dared to challenge the status quo, dissecting artistic and cultural works with surgical precision. Their sharp wit and unapologetic pursuit of truth emboldened audiences and artists, fostering a culture of intellectual rigor. We must rekindle this spirit of fearless critique if cultural journalism is to rise from its present predicament. The digital deluge. No discussion on the state of cultural journalism would be complete without addressing the digital revolution's impact. The proliferation of online platforms has democratized the dissemination of information, providing a vast sea of voices, unfortunately. However, this democratization has also bred a culture of noise, where the pursuit of clicks and likes supersedes substance. We must recognize that not all voices are equal in their intellectual rigor and expertise. The democratization of information should not equate to the democratization of credibility. Just as Hitchens demanded academic rigor and erudition, we, too, must challenge the cacophony of online platforms, seeking out and amplifying the voices to adhere to higher standards of analysis and critical thinking. The digital realm presents an opportunity to break free from the shackles of mediocrity, and it demands discernment and an unwavering commitment to intellectual honesty. The way forward. We need a renaissance of intellectual curiosity to rescue cultural journalism from its current nadir. The pursuit of celebrity gossip must give way to the exploration of ideas and the celebration of genuine artistic achievements. We need journalists and critics who possess the courage to challenge conventions and the audacity to navigate complex subjects with erudition. Plankset. As a philosophy media outlet that aims to redefine the consumption of intellectual content, has a pivotal role in this transformation. By elevating the caliber of discourse, rejecting sensationalism, and valuing academic rigor, Plankset can act as a beacon of intellectual enlightenment, leading the charge towards new cultural journalism. Conclusion. The veneration of celebrities, the death of criticism, and the digital deluge are the dilemmas we must confront head-on. Yet, we can breathe life back into cultural journalism by rediscovering the audacity of genuine critique, discerning amidst the noise, and nurturing a culture of intellectual curiosity. Only then can we hope to escape the clutches of banality and embark on a path that enriches our collective understanding of art, ideas, and the human condition.